Skies of the eastern suburbs greet us as we welcome you to the Lefand Cricket Week at Coogee Oval for the beginning of 3 wonderful days of cricket. I'm Jack Clifton, and along with my broadcast partner Andrew Menzel, we'll be your guides over the next 3.5 hours in this tantalising affair between Ireland and Randwick Petersham, which serves as a warm-up for the Irish before they take a tilt at the World T20. Magnificent conditions here in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. We've had a fair bit of rain across Sydney over the last week or so, but we have had some sunny conditions over the last couple of days, and that continues today. Nice conditions on ground level, about 22 or 23 degrees. We're currently seeing Mike Whitney having a bit of a chat with both the Irish and Randwick Petersham sides. They've had a partnership previously before. The Irish came out in 2015 prior to the 50-over World Cup campaign and played against Randwick Petersham. It's great to see they do have that amicable relationship between country and also the grade side as well. Of course, it'd be remiss of us not to mention that Randwick Petersham are the reigning Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cups here, winners in grade cricket, so they would be definitely not wanting to add a scalp like the Irish national side to them this afternoon. Andrew Menzel alongside me in commentary. A very warm afternoon to you, men. It's exciting for the players out there, exciting for the fans that have made their way through the gates, and also exciting for us commentators to see the Irish national side and Randwick battling here this afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jack, and good afternoon, viewers, wherever you're watching. Welcome to everybody watching the stream in Ireland in the wee hours of the morning there. As you said, a tantalising prospect with the best T20 side in Sydney Premier Cricket hosting Ireland as they prepare for the T20 World Cup. A fantastic initiative by Lefand and the Randwick Petersham Cricket Club to put this week on. Ireland will be playing an SCG 11 tomorrow and then a New South Wales 11 on Friday. So 3 great matches for the Ireland cricket team as they look for some redemption after crashing out of the last T20 World Cup, losing a sensational match to Namibia, and that ended their T20 World Cup campaign. So they're keen to right the wrong this World Cup and go on to compete in the main stage of the tournament. They play in the preliminary rounds first, and then hopefully they can qualify for the main tournament. So Randwick Petersham have won the toss and elected to bat today, and I'll give you the Ireland lineup. So it's 12v12 today to allow some full preparation for the Irish team. So they're skippered by Andrew Balbirnie, Stephen Doheny, Lorcan Tucker is their wicketkeeper in number 3. Curtis Camphor, who you might remember took 4 wickets in 4 balls in the last T20 World Cup. Gareth Delaney, Simi Singh, Mark Adair, Barry McCarthy, Fionn Hand, Connor Alford and Josh Little make up the 12 for Cricket Ireland. And then for Randwick,
opening the batting for Randwick Petersham, number 27, Ben Mitchell.
We have Daya Singh, Buzzard Ali, Riley Eyre, who made his first-class debut at the end of last summer, Ashley Burton, Adam Dockos, Camden Hawkins, Ben Mitchell, Ryan Neenan, who has played first-class cricket in 2 games in the IPL, Shivas Patel, Jason Ralston, Anthony Sams, and Tim Tector, who is an Ireland A representative. Is Harry Tector's brother, younger brother. Harry Tector is part of the T20 World Cup squad for Ireland, but he's still making his way here from the Caribbean, so he's not quite arrived yet at Coogee. And as you can see, the Randwick Petersham players are out to the middle, the opening batters taking guard. And Jack, it looks like good conditions for batting today.
Yeah, we had a look at the pitch a little bit earlier in the day as we see the Randwick Petersham side just coming up on your screen. But yeah, looks to be a pretty good pitch for batting. I know Ireland will probably be pretty keen to see what they can get out of it in these first couple of overs. But no doubt it is going to be good for batting. A little bit of little patches of grass here and there, but it looked a fairly dry pitch when we did make our way out into the middle. So Little has the new ball in hand. Hawkins and Mitchell are the opening pair for Randwick Petersham. They've certainly got some explosive power hitting in their lineup as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they do navigate this 20 overs here. Of course, they've played just the one game so far in the New South Wales Premier Cricket, the Sydney Grade competition. Perhaps those that are tuning in via the Cricket Island YouTube channel. It's the first grade competition here in Sydney, arguably one of the strongest grade competitions in the world. Randwick Petersham, the T20 Cup winners of that tournament last year, but did open up their account against UTS North Sydney in the opening game. Went down in a rain-affected game, and then rain also curtailed the first day of their two-day game against Campbelltown Camden.
Josh Little.
So Josh Little with ball in hand. I see a few people have come to the great gates. It's free entry for all three of these games as well. So perhaps you're tuning in for around Sydney or the greater region around Sydney, and you're thinking of coming in on one of these days. Would encourage you to do so, because there is lots of great cricket that is going to happen. Opening up, here's Josh Little with the first ball of the innings, and it's a plain miss outside the off stump. Plenty of speed there for the man wearing number 82 for the Irishman.
So you mentioned Randwick Petersham coming off that victory last summer in the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. Ireland have just played Afghanistan in a T20 series, and they won that series 3-2. So both sides in good form.
Yeah, they come here a little bit early as well, don't they? Ireland, I know, we're kind of talking off airmen, as perhaps it does give them a jump on some of the other teams heading into the competition. This ball whipped off the pads and whipped nicely into that gap. And that will be our first boundary of the afternoon's proceedings. Just really lent on that. Did Hawkins and eased it through the gap for four. Didn't try and hit it too hard, Menas. He used the pace of Little, who just lost his line a little bit there as he drifted onto the pads.
Yeah, the ball came onto the bat nicely there, and the curator's done a fantastic job getting this ground up for this week. It looks a good flat pitch, hard, good for batting. A slight hint of moisture because there's been a lot of rain around, but I think excellent conditions, and we'll see lots of runs.
Hawkins now forward as he pushes out to point.
Yeah, you were mentioning before that Ireland has a great advantage maybe coming to Australia early and playing these three games ahead of the T20 World Cup. They, of course, have two official warm-up games after these, and then they hit the preliminary stages, which there's a Group A and a Group B, and the top two teams in those groups of four then go to the main round stage of the World Cup.
Little short, and a big swing there from Hawkins as he tried to thrash it down the ground. It slapped into the gloves there of Lorcan Tucker, the wicketkeeper for Ireland. Yeah,
and Ireland are in Group B for the preliminary stages. And it's a very tough group. They have Scotland, the West Indies and Zimbabwe. So they will need to hit the ground running. They will want to start well. And any slip up in that preliminary stage could see them out of the T20 World Cup. So these three fixtures are really important for Ireland.
Yeah, really good warm-up for them against some quality opposition. And this ball ricochets, and there's going to be a bit of a shy at the stumps, the non-strikers, and he was just a little bit slow. There's a bit of hesitation there from Camden Hawkins, and he would have been gone for all money if it had been a direct hit, but they were able to scamper through for a single. So Hawkins moves to 5, so a solid start in this first over here for Randwick Petersham.
Yeah, some really indecision there from the opening batters. They were lucky to get away with that one. And that brings him Ben Mitchell onto strike. He'll be facing his first ball of the day. Short, straight boundaries at Coogee, longer square.
And we've seen some shots that have really been bombed onto the main road, haven't we, and into some of the passing cars. I'm sure that might happen today as well. As back and defending is Mitchell, so that completes the first over. Pretty tidy one for both sides. Randwick Petersham getting through unscathed. There'll be none for 5. Hawkins 5 off 5, and Ben Mitchell facing just that first ball there at the end of the over. So positive start. Of course, the Irish having only recently just got off the plane. There's a couple of their players that aren't here today. Harry Tector and Paul Sterling, who I believe are both coming back from the Caribbean Premier League manners, so they've sometimes got a 3-4 leg journey back to Australia, so they unable to play in this game today, but we're hopeful they'll be able to either play the game tomorrow against the SCG 11, or if that doesn't happen, Friday against the New South Wales 11.
Yeah, Paul Sterling's a fantastic top-order player in T20 franchises all across the world. was part of the Southern Brave side that won the 100 last year, the inaugural 100. So he's had success right around the world, playing in the Caribbean Premier League recently. So I'm looking forward to seeing him in action.
So Mark Adair is going to open up here also for Ireland. Just making sure everything is all good to go in the outfield. Just the 2 fielders allowed outside the circle for the first 6 overs. Adair pitches up and Hawkins well forward and defending.
Mark Adair's played 51 T20 internationals for Ireland. He's taken 72 wickets and has a best bowling of 4 for 23. He's Ireland's second highest wicket taker in T20 internationals and was the second fastest bowler ever to take 50 wickets in T20 internationals. He got there in just 28 matches, so a good performer for Ireland. Here he is.
Yeah, plenty of pace behind him as well. The right arm quick as he bowls a short ball that's knocked away backward a square leg by Hawkins. So they're not making it easy for them in these early stages. The Irish bowlers haven't seen anything really full, at least on the stumps. They've been bowling a little bit back of a length and trying to hit the pitch hard. Looking to get to extract whatever they can out of it in the first 3 to 4 overs when the ball might be doing a little bit of something, Menace.
Yeah, I like the bravery there of Camden Hawkins stepping down the pitch to an international opening bowler and trying to slap him over mid-wicket. None for 6 here in the second over. The Irish team looking resplendent in their uniforms. The navy and the green.
That's right, yeah, just a bit of delay here as the sight screen just gets moved to the acceptance of Ben Mitchell. Great buzz for everyone that's come here today, but especially some of these Randwick Petersham players. I don't know if many of them would have dreamed they'd have a chance to take on an international attack. The New South Wales Premier Cricket competition is a very high standard, and it's a wonderful achievement for any player that can play first grade. But getting to test yourself up to that neck echelon, you're kind of almost bumping yourself up 2 rungs, going above and beyond the first class. Seen as there is just a bit of a delay here with the sight screen, but we seem to be okay now.
Yeah, this will be unforgettable for some of these players taking on an international side. Yeah, they're just having some problems with the sight screen. The smaller sight screen than I think that some of these players would be used to at international level, you'd say, Jack, at each end. So for those tuning in, as I said, 3 games this week, and we were speaking to some officials from Randwick Petersham before play, and Waterford, the Crystal Company, have donated 4 Waterford trophies. So there's a trophy for each game, a beautiful Waterford Crystal trophy for the winner of each game, and then there's one for Randwick Petersham to put in their clubhouse. So what a fantastic contribution from Waterford, and just shows how many people are getting behind this week of fixtures. Such a nice union between Ireland cricket and, well, not just Randwick Petersham, but I would say cricket in Sydney and New South Wales more broadly, a lovely link being built on.
Yeah, well, they were here in 2015 prior to the 50-over one-day World Cup that was hosted in Australia and New Zealand. They came across that, and it's a partnership that's really developed. Had players part of the Irish national side that have previously played for Randwick Petersham. So that is, that's a real bonus for them to get to come back, and nice to have that partnership. And it works for Randwick Petersham as well, because if there is going to be a time where Ireland might come out here to play a test series, then perhaps you might see some of these Irish first-class players come out and get a bit of great cricket under their belt. We're back underway here through Mark Adair. He's coming around the wicket after that big delay. You probably wouldn't say a sight screen per se. We've got the board at either end that's covered with a black fabric, and I think they were just having a bit of concern to tying it down, just flapping around in the wind a little bit, but they seem to have that sorted. I've never really liked that as a batter, do you, man, as well? You've got to wait 5 minutes in between balls.
No. And Adair's pretty keen to get into it. Here he is.
Short and clipped away nicely. That'll be 4. Just use the pace again and run it through fine leg. So a couple of boundaries in the first 2 overs here for Randwick Petersham. And Benny Mitchell's off the mark as well, chipping that one nicely through the gap for a boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just used the pace of the ball there and just flicked it off his hip down to the vacant fine leg. Yeah, very short boundary straight. So you just need to get a little bit of wood or pad onto it, and then they're very hard to stop.
Ball pushed out onto the offside. Look at the left-right combination, this opening pair, Menners.
Yep, that'll be testing the Island bowlers' lines and lengths early on with the switching between the right and the left-handers. Good opportunity for the Island team after a long flight to get out there and run around and get over their jet lag, so to speak. Jack, get out in the sun. Beautiful day down here at Coogee.
Pitched up and wrapped on the pad. No appeal from Ireland as it was sliding down the leg side, but a valuable dot ball. And so Mark Adair finishes his first over. So 5 runs off the opening 2 overs for Randwick Petersham. Mitchell is 4 from 5, Hawkins 6 from 7. And Randwick Petersham now no wickets and 10 runs on the board here for the home side. Nice little warm-up for them. They will begin their Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup campaign this weekend.
Change of bowling for the Dolphin Street end, number 60, Barry McCarthy.
Tomorrow an SCG 11 will be taking on Ireland, and some great players part of that SCG 11. Chris Green, the Sydney Thunder off-spinner, Nick Larkin, former New South Wales opening batter, Justin Avendano, who played for the Sixers last summer, Ryan Felsch. Here we go. Pitched up and driven to mid-on, no run. Jay Lenton in that SCG 11, who was rushed into the Sydney Sixers lineup last year when COVID caused chaos within the Big Bash lineups. So a really exciting week of cricket in prospect, and it's got off to a great start with Randwick Petersham none for 10 after 2.1 overs.
Steaming in is McCarthy. Pitched up and again advancing and smacking the ball hard out to the covers is Hawkins, but able to pierce the gap as both players just looking to find their timing and their placement.
McCarthy has played 28 times for Ireland in T20 cricket. He's taken 25 wickets with a best bowling of 4 for 30. He's a strong fast bowler who really hits the pitch hard. Also played for Randwick Petersham one season.
Short, and this ball hammered down the ground. That'll be out straight to mid-off as Hawkins tried to bunt it down the ground. It was short of a length and a good pace behind it. And McCarthy's done the job for his team in just his 3rd delivery. He picks up his first wicket and the first wicket for Ireland in the Lefand Cricket Week here. And Randwick Petersham lose their first wicket. Camden Hawkins is on his way and back to the Pavilion Manners for 6. They're 1 for 10.
Yeah, brave stuff from Hawkins, taking on the Ireland bowler McCarthy, but just wasn't able to time the ball there, wasn't able to get the meat of the bat onto it, and just sailed gently to mid-off, who took a pretty comfortable catch. You'll see the ball didn't quite get to the ball on the pitch to really time it, and a good catch there. And the first wicket goes down. Was that Simi Singh who took that catch?
Yeah, I think you might be right. And amongst that all happening, Anthony Sams has made his way out to the middle, the veteran wicketkeeper batsman, the brother of Dan Sams, the Australian representative in the T20 format. He's played a bit for New South Wales in the 50-over competition and a star all over the world, really, in the different T20 franchises, a member of the Sydney Thunder, that his name will be up in lights, no doubt, with that tournament, and of course the World Cup for Australia. So he's a hard-hitting batter that we've seen dispatch attacks all across this competition in seasons past. But a good start here for Ireland, 2.5 overs in, and the 10 runs scored and already a wicket down. Sams pulls nicely back at a square leg. Banged in short there by McCarthy, and it was fairly easily dealt with by Sams.
So McCarthy would know this team pretty well, having played for Randwick Petersham. Anthony Sams, a real stalwart of this club, wouldn't you say, Jack?
Yeah. Been here a long time. Wicketkeeper for them, and played a little bit of second 11 cricket earlier in his career, but has just been a fine performer for this Randwick Petersham club, and gives back to the club, and experienced head to have in this setup, in this grade competition. It's huge, and I think he might provide a few little headaches for the Irish side as this short ball is nudged through square leg for a single, as the score ticks along to 1 for 12. Mitchell to 5. Sam's on 1. So a measured start by Randwick Petersham. Haven't played the T20 format so far this season, so I guess this is a feeling out period for them. Have that wonderful record that we've spoken about on other broadcasts before, Manners, where they've won all 3 formats in grade cricket over the last 3 summers. This ball stays a little bit low as Sam's almost kind of looks at the spot on the pitch that it hit, and it really died as he certainly yorked him outside the off stump. End of 3 overs, 1 for 12 after 3. But 3 summers ago, we saw them win the Belvedere Cup, the 2-day first grade competition. A year after, they won the 50 over, the limited overs 1-day cup, and then they won the T20 Cup last year. So they're certainly a club on the rise. They've been a proud club since they came together in the partnership, the merger in 2001 from Petersham Marrickville and the Randwick Cricket Club, and they're going to be a force again this season, you feel, Manners?
Absolutely, and today's game will only help them prepare for what's to come. Jason Sanger, who's playing for New South Wales today, another representative of this club. Now Mitchell on strike.
So Mark Adair continuing. The right armour, and that's a nice shot, but well fielded out on the offside. They think about a single, but decide against it after some nice work by Fionn Hand, diving across there.
Jacko, looking at the conditions and the size of the ground, I think Randwick Petersham would want at least 160 to defend against this Irish team. I think anything less than that will leave them a bit short, because it's good conditions, quick outfield, short boundaries. They really want to test this island outfit and get above 160.
Back and swinging and missing outside the off stump. There is Mitchell as he tries to get something on it. They've been able to soak up a fair few dot balls. Have the visitors had a good start. These players have been left, right and centre in this Irish side. We've obviously had players in the CPL, the Caribbean Premier League. We've seen players in the Irish domestic T20 competition. Players playing a mixture of first-class cricket over in the UK as well. The 100. So they come together. They've had a bit of cricket under their belts, but haven't had a chance to probably put it together as a side. But they've made a perfect start here. Short and slapped down the ground for 4. That's a beautiful shot, and that is the shot of the day so far. He just rocked back there, Ben Mitchell, and it was almost like a tennis racket slapped down the ground, made a lovely crack, and it also cracked into the fence for 4 runs.
Yeah, that ball came onto the bat nicely. Mitchell slapped it back past the bowler. I wonder if as this innings goes on, we'll see Ireland try a few more variations, because we've seen a couple of balls just die off the pitch. I wonder if we'll see a bit of wobbled seam or cross seam stuff from Adair, because that ball just came onto the middle of the bat, whereas the ball before just held up a bit. So I think we'll see Ireland maybe try those changes of pace.
This one's short of a length, and again it leaves Mitchell as he plays down the line and doesn't get any bat on it yet. It almost feels that back of the length that we've seen Ireland bowl a fair bit of so far in these almost first 4 overs, they're the harder balls to certainly score off. He got a little bit fuller there, Mark Adair, a couple of balls ago, and he got hit for 4, and we've seen the pitched up balls on the pads be knocked away to the boundary as well. So I think you might be on the money there, Manners.
It's become a real weapon in international T20 cricket, the wobbled seam or the crossed seam.
Short and pulled away nicely through the gap, and that is racing its way down to the boundary for 4 more. Their 4th of the innings, and Ben Mitchell's just starting to warm to the task now, you feel. He's got his eye in the hand-eye coordination is really starting to roll. He moves to 13 from 11, and Randwick Petersham 1 for 20 off almost 4 overs.
Yeah, 3 boundaries in Mitchell's 13 runs so far. He's looking good. Didn't try and hit that one too hard, and just caressed the ball behind square on the onside. A lot of people have come in to watch this game, Jack. There'd be a couple of hundred people who have wandered in. A lot of Irish, when they come out to Sydney, they do end up residing near Coogee.
They're better, short of a length, hits the pitch hard, and well played by Mitchell, but unable to pierce the gap on the offside. End of the over, 4 overs gone. Randwick 1 for 20, Sam's 1 off 2, Mitchell 13 from 12. The lone wicket to have fallen so far today, Camden Hawkins, who was caught at mid-off, looking to go down the ground for 4.
8 runs coming off that last over. Thanks to our Lefand Cricket Week sponsors, Frogbox, for helping us bring you this live stream today. With Frogbox, you can make live streaming cricket a breeze and never miss a moment this summer. Designed for club cricket, the Frogbox Club solution is the innovative, lightweight and low-cost product designed for volunteer-operated clubs. With over 600 clubs already streaming with Frogbox in Australia and the UK, your club could be the next to join the live stream revolution. To get your club's very own Frogbox streaming kit, head to frogbox.live to find out more.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful invention. Touch on that just after this ball. As Alfert comes in. Connor Alfert for the start of the 5th over. Yeah, well, it's amazing now that all through the grades, I know in Sydney, and I know it's happening elsewhere over in the UK, being able to watch a cricket game. I know one of my local teams, St George, their Point of Grace Shield side was playing in a knockout game last season, and there was obviously no broadcast of it, but was able to jump on and get in the match centre, the Premier Cricket Match Centre, and watch via the Frogbox. And it's really changing things here as there's an appeal for LBW as Sam's look to swing across the line. It ricochets off the pad, and they will get through for 1 leg by. So Sam stays on 1, but the score does move along to 1 for 21.
You're right, a terrific initiative, terrific piece of technology Frogbox is. I don't know if you've seen some of the viral clips, but there's that one out of the UK where they try to field the ball and he falls over and then he just throws it and hits one of his mates in the back. Very funny clip.
I know the Grade Cricketer posted something the other day where someone's car got hit. That was courtesy of Frogbox. Short, and it jumps up off a length there from Alford, who's tall, whippy action, tall bowler, and getting some good pace off this Coogee Oval deck so far here this afternoon.
So the coach of Ireland is Heinrich Milan, and he's assisted by a few people, but one of them is Nathan Horrocks, former Australian off-spinner.
Pitched up and lofted down the ground, well struck. It'll take 1 bounce, or a couple of bounces, over the rope for 4, so they're continuing to fight fire with fire here, especially Ben Mitchell, who's moved to 17. His 4th boundary of the innings. 16 of his 17 runs have come via the boundary rope, and he's playing some pretty good cricket shots at the moment, Menners.
Yeah, and look, an innings like this shouldn't be discounted. We've said before when covering the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup that selectors for Big Bash franchises are watching those games, and I have no doubt that selectors for Big Bash franchises are watching today.
Pitched up and whipped nicely. It almost went on the full to that short fine leg position, which I'm surprised they've still got up quite short, even though there has been a few boundaries hit in that region. That's Fionn Hand, who's got his hands on quite a fair few shots already here this afternoon.
Yeah, if that had been a metre left or right of the fielder there, that would have raced away for 4. But yeah, I think an innings today for a youngster like Ben Mitchell will do him no harm. I mean, I think Big Bash clubs are looking for talent. It's
back and going deep into his crease. He just drops it onto the leg side for a single. And that's an important part of this partnership as well. We speak about it a lot when we cover the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup manners, the singles, not getting bogged down with 2 or 3 dot balls as it is the end of the over, 1 for 26 after 5, just nudging those balls away, able to get off strike, leg buys, anything like that you can bring up. Obviously the 4s and 6s are nice, but that's not going to happen every single ball.
Yeah, spot on. You've got to rotate the strike. It puts pressure on the bowlers. It frustrates bowlers as they're trying to execute plans. But yeah, Jack, what I was saying was, if you could score runs today against an international attack, I think selectors will take notice of that.
Into the attack from the southern end, Josh Little.
So Josh Little has been swung around. Ball from the other end now. The left arm quick, who's played 46 matches for Ireland and has 51 wickets. Here he is. Defended into the offside by Mitchell, no run.
He's done a good job of rotating his bowlers early on, Andrew Balbirnie. It's always interesting to see the methodology that a captain goes for, the planning in a T20 game. Sometimes we see a spin bowling option to open the bowling. Sometimes we see one of the quicks that's bowling well, bowling economically, get 2 or 3 overs and then brought back in the end, but he's kind of hasn't really given anyone any more than 1 over, and Little had 1 at the start, and he's back here now.
It's slashed at by Mitchell and flies away over backward point. It's running along the ground. It's a good chase there from Gareth Delaney, and he'll bring it back, and the batters will get 2.
Yeah. When you're playing this format or 50 over cricket, you want to go hard, and that's exactly what Mitchell's done there. You could hear it from our broadcast position. It was a big, thick edge as he threw the hands outside the off stump and just slowed up in the outfit a little bit. Maybe a little bit of the rain we've had over the last 3 or 4 days might still be some little damp patches here and there, but did just slow up, and it was a good chase by the Irishman out in the deep.
Little delivers, and it's a full ball squirted away into the onside for a single by Mitchell. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal whether there was any wood on that. Runs to the bat. Mitchell now on to 20. The run rate hovering around 5.27, and Randwick Petersham will have to look to increase that.
Well, I think we're seeing that they're trying to take the advantage of the final few balls of this power play, because it does end at the end of this over. So they're looking to try and cash in. They'd love to get a boundary, even a maximum here if they could, but Little's bowling a really teasing and testing line of length that isn't really giving the batsman any freedom to swing the arms and find any of those gaps over the top of the infield.
Little again. Sam's on strike. Slashes across the line at that one. Doesn't make contact. It's a dot ball. So Josh Little has come off a very good 100 campaign. I was listening to the Green Ball Irish Cricket podcast hosted by Marie Crowe, and Andrew White, the head selector, was on that and saying they were very pleased with Little's development during the 100. He'll hope to continue that into this World Cup. Here he is, important player, short of a length, and Sams doesn't time that. They take off. It could be a runner here. Oh, that's a directed, and we've got the stumps with the lights on. Can you believe that? Not out. Wow.
It was the tight.
We've got the Zing Bales, Jack. First time ever.
They brought the big stuff for us out here today, man, haven't they? Yeah,
it's a dream of mine to commentate with Zing Bales.
Definitely
We've got it.
Definitely not for us. Certainly for the Irish team out there. But yeah, it was a lovely throw there. I think Sam's just did enough just to get over the popping crease there. Umpire in a great position.
No DRS. They have the Zing Bales, but no DRS.
Bede Sadowich and Roberto Howard, the 2 umpires out there today.
Little in again. Slashed at that one. No run. And the end of the 6th over. It's a 1 for 30, so just 4 runs coming off that over. Superb bowling for Little.
1 for 30.
So after the power play, Ireland 1 for 30. No, Randwick Petersham 1 for 30. Just lost the 1 wicket. The run rate is 5. Ireland will be happy with that.
Oh, they'll be delighted with that. Yeah, there wasn't too many balls that they bowled in those first 30 deliveries. I haven't seen any no balls, any wides. It's been a really consistent bowling and fielding performance. They get the breakthrough of Camden Hawkins, who tried to go over the top against Barry McCarthy and didn't succeed. And you can see there with the bowling card, pretty respectable bowling from all the bowlers so far, and so many other options in the back pocket of Andrew Balbirnie. So I think they'll be very, very pleased with that, and now they can throw a bit more protection out there. As Delaney comes into the attack, they're going to go the slow ball option for the first time here this afternoon. I think it's going to be a tough slog against for Randwick Petersham. I think we're probably seeing the golfing class between the two sides a little bit at the moment. Mitchell's played some nice shots. Him and Sams have both tried to was maybe a few more aggressive shots in the last couple of overs that have been beaten by the pace and also by the length of these Irish bowlers. Interesting to see what Delaney can throw up here, quite literally, as Sams will be on strike looking to get into the game.
Here's the leg. He tosses one up and pushed down the ground by Sams for a single. Scored 1 for 31. So in that interview on the Green Ball podcast, Andrew White was saying that tactically they've gone for just one off-spinner in this T20 World Cup squad. That's Simi Singh, and then they're looking for Delaney and Alford to take up some of the spin bowling duties. Delaney, a leg spinner, they're looking to turn the ball away from the right-hander in the World Cup. That's why they've only picked one off-spinner in Singh. So interesting tactical change from the Ireland team heading into this World Cup. Mitchell's on strike. Will he try and hit this into the beach? He's back and pushing into the gap at point for a single. Score now 1 for 32. Yeah, so Nathan Horrocks has been recently appointed the spin bowling coach for Ireland. They've never had a spin bowling coach before, and he's had a big impact on Delaney's development in the last few months. He's feeling more confident. So Horrocks is doing good things, actually spending time with the Irish spinners, the sort of time they haven't had before. Short ball pulled in the air towards deep mid-wicket. The fielder's coming around. A dive there by Curtis Camphor, and he saves 2 runs.
Oh, that's a magnificent piece of fielding going across there. It was him and the ball both travelling really, really quickly. It was getting away from him as he had to field with the left hand, but a really nice dive there as he just slapped the ball back inside and was able to appreciate the applause from some of the fans right down in front of him.
Tossed up and hit down to long off and caught. Sams has gone for 5, never got going. Delaney gets his first wicket in Australia in the build-up to the T20 World Cup. The catch was taken by Mark Adair at long off, and Randwick are now 2 for 34.
Yeah, just didn't get onto that one, Anthony Sams. He'd hit the previous ball for 2, hit it pretty well, and probably would have got 4 if he wasn't playing against the Irish outfit, but just didn't get that one out of the middle. It seemed like it hit a little bit high up on the bat as well, and didn't quite have enough legs to find the boundary. We'll see the replay here as he comes down, and it was just a short arm jab really, and he was only a few feet away from taking that all the way to 6. So a really nice takedown there by Mark Adair, getting under it, not letting his eyes come off the ball, lining up beautifully and cupping the hands. He took it around waist height. So well-deserved wicket there for Delaney, and that's the advantage of having that slow ball option to come on in T20s, is that it can often get the breakthrough, the change of speed, the change of direction, and Delaney able to get rid of Sams, caught Adair for 5, and apart from Ben Mitchell, no one else has been able to get going.
Riley Eyre, the new batter to the crease, another left-hander. He made his Sheffield Shield debut earlier this year at Bankstown Oval against Western Australia. Fantastic story, not for Tanvi Sanger, who got a mild concussion, had to be subbed out of that game, but Riley Eyre in the car park heading into a second 11 game was told, pack your bags and head up to the first 11. But here he is, facing Delaney. He's beaten outside the off stump. Good ball.
Yeah, this is a really good ball. Threw it through a little bit quicker, and that's a tough delivery to face first up. Natural angle across Riley Eyre as well, so just left him a little bit.
Delaney in again, and Eyre defends, and the end of a successful over for the leg spinner. It's 2 for 34 after 7 overs.
Yeah, again, nothing there for Randwick Petersham to hit. Really, we saw perhaps one short ball that Sams was able to pull out into the outfield, but this is a perfect example of your fielding side backing up your bowlers. It's fine to bowl a poor ball once in a while if your fielders are in the right position. And as we've seen here, twice in 2 balls, one was to save a boundary and save a couple of runs, and the next ball we saw Mark Adair with a really nice safe catch down the boundary. So they're continuing a good vein of form. I'd say this is a perfect start for Ireland, having lost the toss and being forced to field first. They've been able to get a little bit out of the pitch and really have not given Randwick Petersham anything to run with batting-wise here this afternoon, as we see another change in the attack, and Connor Alford's going to come back in the attack. He's going to be switched around here, Manners.
And here he is. Driven down the ground by Mitchell, and they'll get one. We're just waiting for the umpire's signal, and it's a no ball. So Alford overstepped there. We'll see a free hit.
Sorry, man. I was just going to say it's the first bit of ill discipline we've seen from the Irishman today. We're kind of into the 8th over. We get to see a free hit, and that's got the excitement level back up for some of the people that have come into the ground here today.
All right. So look out if you're near Coogee Oval, because there could be a white ball flying your way, because it's a free hit here. Riley Ayres on strike. He's only faced 2 balls, but it's a good way to open your account with a free hit. Alford, here we go. And he's bowled him off a free hit. We saw the stumps light up. So a dot ball, that's a win for the bowler.
There's a win. That's a bit of a psychological edge as well when you can knock someone over like that. Obviously, it's not going to count, but it's the best scenario for Connor Alford and also Ireland there. No runs being scored off it.
I'm just glad we've got to see the stumps light up again.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's exciting you most here this afternoon. But I'm glad that you're being entertained. But it was a lovely ball. That's such a great spot to bowl, and obviously you can't bowl there 6 balls and over.
Just guided down to 3rd man for 4. Lovely shot. Beautiful timing by Ayre.
Yeah, well, and now we see the versatility of Riley Ayre. We've spoken about the fact he's played first-class cricket. He was part of that Cricket Australia 11 one-day squad back 6 or 7 years ago. And then he's gone from trying to play a really big shot off a free hit, and rightfully so, and trying to slap it over mid-wicket, to just using the pace of Connor Alford there, guiding the ball and just using the pace of the ball and pace of the outfield to cash in and get a boundary.
Alford yet to take a wicket at T20 international level, just played the 2 games. Son of Mark Alford, who was an Irish international. Here he is, Ayre on strike. Defends.
Yeah, pretty difficult first couple of games for Connor up against India in the T20 matches that they played, none for 18 and none for 47, so that's always a baptism of fire. That'd be difficult for any bowler in the world, but that's no doubt given him some good experience, and he's bowling with some really good pace here. I think that's the thing. A bowler like Connor, you are going to see the ball fly to the boundary from time to time just due to his pace, but it can really hurry up the batsman as well.
Delivers a full ball and it beats Ayre for pace. Really seeing the class and control here of this international attack. No real loose balls, nothing that these Randwick Petersham batters can seize on. They'd be used to facing grade bowlers who every over, it's probably a ball or 2 you can try and score off, whereas now this next level, you can see it's much tighter, no width, subtle changes of pace. Here's Alford again. Delivers. Short of a length and push to cover.
Well, I think we've seen the advancement of Irish cricket as well. When they came here in 2015, I imagine the overall performance of the Irish side is going to be very, very different to what we're seeing now. They have obviously got test status. They've been regular fixtures in the T20 international scene and also in the ODI or the one-day international scene as well. So, they brought in centralised contracts. They've made cricket playing professional in Ireland for the first time in their history.
Alford delivers again and strikes the pad of Ayre.
So yeah, we're seeing a real change in in method and what the Island Cricket Association is doing. So yeah, it's going in the right direction, and I think this is probably the perfect start for them. They start against Randwick Petersham, and then they've got, as you've mentioned, Menas, an SCG 11 where you've got littering of players that have played some first-class cricket, guys that are boom youngsters in this grade competition or in the second 11 scene, and then you've got the New South Wales 11 where again it's another advancement. Again, you've got guys that are probably on the cusp of playing regularly for New South Wales, and a couple of boom youngsters as well. So yeah, Ryan Hackney being one of those that broke into the New South Wales side at the end of last season. So yeah, I think these three matches are going to be really beneficial to Ireland, and don't be surprised if they do cause a few upsets once the campaign proper starts in a couple of weeks.
See the figures there for the Ireland bowlers, very tight so far. Delaney to continue, the leg spinner. Beats the bat there. Well, you're talking about the development of the side. I think it goes a little bit to the increased professionalism, getting Nathan Horwitz in as their spin bowling coach for the first time. Just shows that they're really focusing on all areas of the game. Here's Delaney again. And a reverse sweep here, and goes fine on the onside for a single. I think he's set to play a different shot there. And then he just paddled it.
Yeah, it ended up working. It's that old adage, if they're not really, no side is really going to have a fielder behind the stumps, although with T20s, I'm sure that's going to change soon.
Air on strike now. Now he's gone the reverse sweep.
Yeah, well, it's not a bad option for Riley Air, because they still do have that player up inside the circle in that I guess that fine leg or point region that he's looking to hit towards fine leg. So if he can get it past them, it's probably going to be a boundary. I think he's just trying to up the ante a little bit here.
Beats the bat. An ungainly shot from Air. He looked like he wanted to advance, and then he kind of lost his footing a little bit. But Delaney is really asking a lot of questions, and at the moment Air and Mitchell don't have many answers, and this run rate is plummeting here below 5, and dire straits for Randwick. Short and cut behind point now. This is a good shot. The fielder's running around. He'll get there. They'll come back for a second. Good fielding there by Barry McCarthy. And the score now 2 for 43 with 1 ball left in the 9th over.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be really hard here for Randwick Petersham. They're playing a class outfit. But I'd just like to see him try and just push the gaps a little bit, just try and get bat on ball here, not try to hit the ball too hard, not necessarily be going for 2 or 3 big shots and over. Just try and work Ireland around the field a little bit with the 1s and 2s.
Reverse sweep again from Aaron, doesn't make contact, and at the end of 9 overs, it's 2 for 43. I mean, Jack, I wouldn't mind seeing them just throw a bit of caution to the wind now. They've got 8 wickets in hand. There's 11 overs left. Time to make a name for yourself against this Ireland side. Someone throw the bat at and see what happens. I mean, you'd be better off being all out and going for it than being, 3 for 120 at the end of.
Yeah, I just think the way they're playing at the moment, they're just soaking up way too many dot balls. So yeah, I'm all for them throwing the willow, and they're obviously trying to do things a little bit. They're trying to play some different shots, but I think rather than playing reverse sweeps 2 or 3 times and over and not getting any runs from it, it's better to try and get bat on ball and at least get 3 singles from those 3 balls or some 1s and 2s. But it is tough. It's obviously easier said than done. Us sitting up here.
Have a smash. Yeah, just hit him for 6. Yeah, do it.
Credit needs to be given to the bowlers, and we're going to see Simi Singh coming into the attack for the first time.
Yes,
today.
He's an off spinner, but he also bowls a little bit of leg spin. He was originally born in India. He's taken 41 T20 international wickets, best bowling of 3 for 9, and here he is to Ben Mitchell. Tossed up and slog at that one. There's a big appeal. There's an indecision here. Air's come a long way. There's a direct hit. The stumps have been lit up again. They've lit up. And
he just got there. Yeah,
got there.
I don't think it just shows you the nervousness of Randwick Petersham at the moment. I think they're looking for singles that aren't there. And the wily veteran, Simi Singh, 35 years of age, almost 100 T20 scalps domestically. He's a wily customer here. He's not going to be easy to score runs off.
Here he is again. Good pace there, and it beats Mitchell. Just a little edge on it, and they get 1. The score now 2 for 44 in the 10th over.
Yeah, great conditions here, Menas. It's been really good. See the sun shining.
Singh again. Good pace, hard to get under that, and he beats there.
Yeah, Lorcan and Tucker there knocking the leg stump clean out of the ground. It was a vicious stumping attempt by the Island wicketkeeper. But just letting Riley know that he's there. If that back foot drifts or pulls out of the popping crease, then he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, and the pace Singh's bowling, it'd be hard to advance down the pitch, but we'll see. Will Air take him on? No, he's back and working it into the onside. Riley Air, a very good left arm finger spinner himself. And spinners do not like getting out to other spinners, Jack.
Yeah, that's right. It's a nice little battle between both of them. And we see here on the replay, smart play by Air. That back foot didn't move one iota.
Singh again. Defended into the offside. And there's a quick single here. Throw at the stumps at the striker's end. Air is safe. The score now 2 for 47. Yeah, the crowd is building up here at Coogee Oval. The sun is out. I'm sure the Irish players will be eyeing up a dip in the water after today's play. Sing it again. Swung across the line. There's an appeal. And there'll be one leg bye to the total. 2 for 48 now. Yeah, I do have to warn the Island squad that the water still might be a bit chilly.
Yeah, just a little bit. This is probably one of the warmest days we've had in the last 6 months in Sydney, isn't it?
Yeah, but the water will be a little bit chilly.
We're seeing a fair few people walk up the main road here at Coogee with their towels, so some people are braving it today.
Sing in and played into the onside. That's no runs. It's 2 for 49 after 10 overs. Yes, welcome to everybody watching.
2 for 48.
2 for 48 after 10 overs. Yeah, welcome to everyone tuning in from Ireland. It's early morning there, heading into your winter. But it's the opposite here. We're approaching our summer. We're into spring. The sun's out. Cricket season's just getting underway. Riley Air 7 not out of 14 balls. Ben Mitchell 25 not out of 28. He's looked good. Curtis Camphor being brought into the attack for the first time from the rugby union end of the ground.
Remarkable what he was able to do against the Netherlands in that T20 International. To take a hat-trick in any format, at any level around the world is incredible, but to do it at that level and then make it 4 wickets and 4 balls, it's probably what he's most well known for at the moment, Curtis. As he steams in here, coming around the wicket, a little bit short to start. It's chopped away again, the timing not quite there for Air, but they will get through for a single. They've just struggled to get going here. Randwick Petersham hasn't been through a lack of trying. They're trying to move out of their crease. They're playing different shots, trying to get aggressive at times against the Irish attack, but we're just seeing the guile and the experience and the class of some of these Irish cricketers, which is great for the world game. I know they'll have their fair share of support in the T20 World Cup. Got a couple of warm-up matches after these 3 that they play this week. Camphor in, and ball chipped away into the gap there, rolling its way down towards the boundary rope. But again, nice piece of fielding on the rope. Well, as I say, there's a little bit of a fumble there by McCarthy, and they're able to get back for 2.
Run rate still below 5 and over. So Ireland will be very happy with the way they've been able to contain Randwick. And I'm sure as this week builds up for Ireland, they'll get more and more prepared.
Bounce up, that should be a wide. No, yes it is. So the square leg umpire saying it was the one short ball for there, but it was caught a wide. I think he needed a step ladder, Benny Mitchell, to try and climb up and get that one. So that'll be re-bowled. But overall, their discipline's been very good with the ball for a side that's playing their first game here in Australia. Had a chance to practice yesterday on the pitches out here at Coogee Oval. Short and pulled hard out through mid-wicket. Not time. They might be able to get back for 2. They will. That's a good piece of running by the pair, as again there's a direct hit, and again the lights are flashing, but not out is the call from umpire Roberto Howard.
Good.
So 2 for 54. A few little runs starting to come off this first over by Camphor. This ball is hammered. It's pulled out into the deep. And on one bounce, it's well fielded. And they keep it to just a single. But at least they're starting to rotate the strike a bit more consistently. 7 off Camphor's first 4 balls. Mitchell's gone to 30. I guess you take any runs you can get. And for Ben Mitchell to be runnable 30 against an international side, he'll be pretty pleased with this.
Yeah, they need this over. They need to start getting this run rate up around 6, 7 and over at least.
Short, a slower ball, rolled the fingers across the seam, and it was slapped aggressively down the ground by Air for one more. But this is a lot more of what they need. I guess the advantages Andrew Menzel touched on a little bit earlier in the broadcast is the fact they are only 2 wickets down. So if they, even now with 9 and a bit overs to go, you can swing the willow. You've got some quality players to come that can hit the ball a long way. It's not as if they're 5 or 6 down at this stage and has to be a measured approach over the second half of the innings.
Well, Mitchell there was shaping to lap the ball over the keeper, but he did it way too early.
I thought we were going to have a man-cat for a second, Menas. I got worried.
Oh, don't start that. You'll have the English cricket fans up in arms.
Yeah.
Not sure how Ireland supporters feel about it. No, England cricket fans don't like man-cats. But we'll see that Mitchell just tried to lap way too early.
This time he's chopping and it barely gets off the pitch square as they scurry through for a single. So a very good over for Randwick Petersham, probably their best of the innings. 9 coming from it, 11 gone. They had 2 for 57, having won the toss in the Lefand Cricket Week, happening between the 4th and the 7th of October. We have a match against the SCG 11 tomorrow at 1 p.m. All of the matches are starting at 1 p.m. and then against the New South Wales 11 on Friday. So, yeah, 2 excellent matches after this one here. And plenty of silverware being aimed for both these two sides. So at the moment, Randwick Petersham, they've got the runs on the board. They only have 57, but it's 57 runs so far that Ireland have to chase. And they're hopeful, Randy Peets, that they'll be able to swing the long handle in these last 9 overs. Ben Mitchell's on strike here. He's on 31 from 32. And it's going to be Simi Singh, the 35-year-old spinner, to continue. And Mitchell with a big swing and heave over mid-wicket. A swing and a miss, and despite dislodging the bails, it's not out.
Singh bowls at quite a tidy pace for an off-spinner. He doesn't throw it up at all. So he's hard to get hold of.
Back and bunting this one down the ground, but can't pierce the gapples. A nice shy at the stumps there from Curtis Camphor. He got to the ball really quickly and then kind of always flicked it out the back of the hand. He had to be really careful, Riley Air, to make sure he got back home. Good cricket there by the Irish side. And now this ball dragged off the inside edge. It's squeezed out through square leg and fielded by Josh Little. So just a single there. They're throwing caution to the wind, the Randwick Petersham boys, but just unable to time the ball, and a lot of credit needs to go to the Irish side that have mixed up their lines and lengths and the pace of the ball, even the spin bowlers. We've seen the quicker balls, the slower balls, which is possible as a spinner. A bit more flight given to some particular deliveries. Andrew Balboni, the skipper, just coming off for an over. And this ball is swept out into the deep, but straight towards that mid-wicket region. So just the single as Nobel is out there. Or Doctoral, sorry, pardon me, that's fielding out there in jersey 50, the substitute. So another 2 wickets for Ireland, but the run rate has never really been above 5 and over for this whole innings. Air on 10, Mitchell on 32.
Mitchell's been there since the start, so he's had plenty of time to get used to the conditions.
It's advancing and cutting nicely out through cover. That's a good shot. There was a little bit of a hand on it that slowed it down, but didn't slow it down enough. It's a wonderful boundary to Ben Mitchell. He's played some really good, confident cricket shots today, and that's right up there with the best of them. Takes him to a run of ball 36. It's 2 for 63.
He gave that Ibis a bit of a hurry up out there at deep cover.
He did. He certainly did. Yeah, it was.
Didn't make much of an effort to stop the ball either.
Yeah.
Just flew away.
Well, you're calling it by its proper name, Ibis. It's got a few colloquial terms. In Australia, we call them bin chickens in Sydney, which is going to sound so bizarre to any Irish fans watching. That's normally because they're hovering around bins trying to find some scraps. We're going to end with a dot ball, 2 for 63 after 12. But my wife is a Queenslander, and she said they call them sandwich eaters up north in Queensland. So I'd never heard of that prior to getting together with her, but apparently that's what they call them. But yeah, he or she was quick to move out of the way with the ball travelling at them. Didn't want another one of those instances where in the Big Bash, I think a ball hit a seagull, didn't it? It's happened in the A-League, the soccer, Australian soccer as well. So
yeah, we don't want any of our wildlife hit during these broadcasts, but it is good to tell all the Irish fans tuning in from the other side of the world some of our colloquialisms for our local wildlife. Bin chicken. I'd never heard of that one, actually.
Yep. So Connor Alford back into the attack. 2 overs for him today, none for 10. There's been some good bowling and field changes by the Irish side. So 8 overs left in this innings. If they could creep it up to 6 and over, that would get them to 111 from here.
They really need someone to play a bit of a dashing knock here just to get that score up above 120, 130. Give them something to bowl at. Give something Ireland to chase. Here we go.
This ball lofted down the ground. It's a magnificent shot. Goes all the way, crashes into the brick wall for 6. So the first maximum of the innings, and maybe Riley Eyre is that man that is the one that is going to really swing the long handle and bring up some quick runs. He hammered that. It was a short arm jab as he slapped it down the ground for 6.
That was a rocket by Riley Eyre. Trajectory was very low, had a lot of power in it. And that was his first real shot of authority in this innings.
Sometimes it takes something like that to really get your innings going. And now he swings hard out into the deep. Doesn't quite get it out of the middle. It does a bit of a leg spinner to the fielder out in the deep. But picks up a single, and all of a sudden, Manners, in this over, 2 balls gone. You've already got 7. You're setting yourself up for potentially a big over here in the 13th.
Yep, and Randwick need it. Good fielding there by Delaney in the outfield. It seemed to take a bit of a funny hop when it landed. But we see that 6 again, flat and hard, and crashes into the concrete there.
Yeah, it was crunched by Riley Eyre. It's moved to 17 from 19. It's now Ben Mitchell's turn. He's looking to paddle this one. He paddles it beautifully down to the rope for 4. So the floodgates, they're starting to open here for Randwick Petersham. 11 off the first 3 balls of Connor Alford's return to the bowling crease. And Ben Mitchell's now hit 2 boundaries in his last 3 balls. He goes to 40. It's 2 for 74 in the 13th over.
Yeah, Mitchell tried that lap shot 2 overs ago, and he tried it too early and the bowler saw him. But that one he waited till the last moment and then just flicked it fine. Excellent shot.
What will Alford's reply be? Pitches up short of a length. It's dropped onto the offside and they'll get through for a single. And no overthrows as it's well backed up there. Might have knocked down one of the Irish players for a little bit.
I think it's crashed into his knee perhaps and he's gone down.
That's what we've been talking about with Randwick Petersham. When that big shot's not on offer, as we see the little scoop down the leg side for 4. Just try and get those singles. Ricochets off the pad, just scamper through, get 1. It's better than nothing.
I think it's a great tactic in T20 cricket. Go boundary, single. Don't go boundary. You don't want to get a dot ball after that because it brings the bowler back into it.
So Eyre back on strike. And he tries to swing hard for this one. This will go down as a wide, so it's turning out to be quite a profitable over for Randwick Petersham.
Yeah, just push down leg side. Eyre tried to get a little bit of wood on it because he knew if he did it would run away for 4. But Alford will have to bowl it again. None for 23 off 2.4 overs. A tough start to his bowling down under.
Yeah, 13 from this over and still 2 legitimate balls left in the 13th. Pitches up and it ricochets. Again, they'll get through for a single. That was a good run taken by Mitchell. Goes down his leg vice. He called his partner through. Great confidence here for Ben Mitchell heading into the grade season, heading into the T20 Cup. Played 6 Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup matches last season. He's a product of Bathurst in Western New South Wales. Really get going with the bat last season, so this is a huge innings for him against Ireland as he knocks this one down towards the boundary for 4 more. Certainly wasn't out of the middle, but it didn't matter as it raced away from the Irish fielders into the rope, and this is a very good over. 17 come from it for Randwick Petersham, maybe the launching pad for the final 7 overs. They're 2 for 81. Mitchell's gone to 45 from 40, and Riley Ayres supporting nicely, 17 from 20.
Yeah, 18 off that over. Yeah, Ben Mitchell's highest score last summer in the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup was 31. He scored 80 runs in 6 innings, 81 runs in 6 innings at an average of 16.2. Strike rate of 94, high score of 31. So he's already gone past that, now on to 45. So a good start to the T20 summer for Benny Mitchell. And we just see the Ireland figures there. Probably the best of the bowlers, Barry McCarthy, 1 over, 1 wicket, just 2 runs conceded. I thought Delaney, the leg spinner, bowled excellently, 1 over for 7 runs. They're probably the 2 picks for me, but good performances right down that bowling card.
Would have the ability to bowl 7 bowlers as well. Something shows there's a lot of versatility throughout the squad. So Barry McCarthy back into the attack here. He's just bowled the 1 over so far, figures of 1 for 2. He was able to see the back of Camden Hawkins, as he took a catch there, but also was able to dismiss Anthony Sams. So he's been in the game, McCarthy. I'd love to try and break this partnership that's becoming just a tad of a headache, you feel, for the Irish now. That run rate up to 6.23. It didn't really go above 5 for the whole innings prior to that last over, but 17 come from it, bump it up to 6.23. The way they're going, a score around that 120, 130 mark would be what they would end up with, but I'm sure they're kind of looking 140, 150, maybe even beyond that if they could have a couple of those big overs again.
Can be a quick scoring ground if you get going. Here's McCarthy.
Ball slapped over the top, a thick outside edge as it squeezed out to deep third man for a single. Air moves to 18, 2 for 82.
So Ireland play Namibia in a warm-up game on the 11th of October at the MCG. Then they play Sri Lanka in a warm-up game at Junction Oval on the 13th of October. Then the preliminary stages of the T20 World Cup begin.
Short, hammered down the ground. It was well timed, but unfortunately picks out Connor Alford in the deep, so a single is what they'll settle for.
So the preliminary stages, there's a Group A and a Group B. In Group A, you've got Namibia, the Netherlands, Sri Lanka, and the United Arab Emirates. And in Group B, you've got Ireland, Scotland, West Indies, and Zimbabwe. And the top 2 in their groups of 4 then go through to the main group stage of the tournament. So 12 teams competing.
Full toss outside the off stump. It's no shot offered, so it goes down as a dot ball.
So it's tough for Ireland in that group because I think they should be able to get past Scotland. But then the West Indies, we know how capable they are on their day. And Zimbabwe, we just saw them beat Australia in a 50-over game. They lost the series 2-1, but they've got some quality pace bowlers, a couple of good batters. So, you know, Ireland have really got a tough group just to get into the main part of the tournament.
short, and it's just knocked away as they'll scamper themselves through for one more to the total. So it's been a nice bounce back here by Ireland, with McCarthy conceding just the 3 runs through these first 4 balls. Well, their very first T20 international was against Scotland back in 2009, so that's a nice little tidbit of information to throw in between the two. I'm sure that's going to have a bit of feeling. As we hear that it is the 50-run stand coming from 43 balls for Riley Eyre and Ben Mitchell. Mitchell on strike now. He's a boundary away from a 50 against an international side. What a boost that would be for his confidence as he tries to get bat on this. It's a full ball outside the off stump that can't be struck.
And then in the main groups, you've got Group 1, Afghanistan, Australia, England and New Zealand. And they'll be joined with 2 from the preliminary stages. And then in Group 2, you've got Bangladesh, India, Pakistan and South Africa. So a huge carrot being dangled in front of this Ireland team. Got 5 games to prepare before they hit the preliminary stages, and they'll be desperate to get out of it and make it to the main part of the tournament.
Short, this ball skied high into the air, coming in from the deep. It's just going to evade Curtis Camphor, who's out there, and they'll get a single, so not out of the middle, but kept away from the fielder in the deep. That's the end of 14. Ayres 18, Mitchell 47, and Randwick Petersham having been sent in early this afternoon at 2 for 85.
Just 4 runs coming from that over. Good bounce back from Ireland after conceding 18 in the over before. And Jack, I don't know about you, but often the preliminary stages in these T20 World Cups can be filled with some thrilling, exciting cricket. You talk about that 4 wickets in 4 balls for Curtis Camphor. That was in the preliminary stages of the last T20 World Cup. So it's a fantastic way to begin the tournament, these preliminary groups, and then them qualifying for the main group. I'm really looking forward to some of the matchups. I mean, Ireland v Scotland will be a grudge match, Celtic grudge match. And then the West Indies and Zimbabwe are great teams for Ireland to take on. And, you know, I think they're capable of beating them. Ireland are capable of beating both those teams on their day.
And I think the white matches will give us an indication of how far they're going to go. They obviously had a bit of heartbreak against Namibia the last time they played in a T20 World Cup. So even though it's a warm-up match, I'm sure they're keen to extract a bit of a revenge and would love to kind of get some confidence or a win there. And then up against Sri Lanka as well. Sri Lanka are a quality short format side. They have been for a long, long time. So I think that's 2 testing teams before they even get into those matches in Group B. So we've seen what they've done in the 50 over World Cup before, as this ball's spliced out into the deep by Mitchell for one more, as it's fielded by McCarthy coming in from the deep. Exciting times if you're a fan of Irish cricket, though. Plenty of matches coming up over the next couple of weeks, even before the T20 World Cup starts. Delaney in, and again looking to paddle. Ricochets off the bat and then the body of Riley Eyre, and they'll get through for a single. So outside of that big 6 hit down the ground, he's just struggled a little bit, Riley Eyre.
The car park is just off on the onside of the ground. So look out.
Plenty of flight. This ball hammered high into the air. It's not going to go very, very far. And it's taken easily in the end. It was a well-judged catch. I think it might have been Curtis Camphor that has been the man that's got underneath it and takes the catch and ends Ben Mitchell's nice innings. 48 for him, coming from 44 deliveries, or 45 deliveries, pardon me. And Randwick do lose their 3rd wicket in the 15th over for 87. Good piece of bowling there by Delaney. Threw it up a little bit more and just didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and really just skied, as he's got 2 for 9 and Mitchell goes for 48.
Yeah, fine innings there by Mitchell. He anchored the innings, he laid the platform, and now it's up to the stroke makers to come to finish it off.
Coming to the crease, Randwick Petersham captain, number 14, Daya Singh.
Daya Singh coming to the crease, the Randwick Petersham skipper. He'll be looking to take the long handle to this Ireland attack and give his team something to bowl to. We just see here Delaney taking his 2nd wicket, the leg spinner. wasn't quite there for that shot. He beat Mitchell in flight, and a good catch by Camphor, just tracking back there from short cover. So fine cricket from Delaney and Camphor, and Mitchell there just going back in his crease and not really being in the right position there to give that any muscle. And it's 3 for 87. The devil's number strikes again.
So Mitchell, who anchored the innings with 48 from 45 departs, and Daya Singh comes in at number 5. You know he can hit the ball a long way, the skipper. And he'll face up here to Delaney. He's got 2 for 9 off 2.3 overs. A nice day out for him. And Daya Singh looking to whip it across the line. It trickles out past the practice pitches on the offside.
Fast, flat, full leg spinner there, and Singh couldn't do anything with that as the New South Wales police car flies past the ground.
This ball hammered down the ground. It was well timed by Singh, and he'll get himself off the mark. 3 for 88 with 1 ball remaining in the 15th over.
So we're here at beautiful Coogee Oval in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. It was opened in 1924. Coming up to its centenary.
Shorter, flatter ball that's worked down the ground by air for no runs. So 15 gone, 5 remaining in this innings for Randwick Petersham. What can they get to? They're 3 for 88. Rolliers 19, Singh's 1. He's got 2 for 10, Delaney, off 3 overs. And Ben Mitchell, the one man to fall in that over 48 off 45.
5 overs left now for this Randwick Petersham side, and there's been a nice uptick in their run rate in the last few overs. It was hovering around 4.5, 5. Now they've got it much closer to 6 and over. And with 5 overs to go in the score, 3 for 88, they'd want to get up to around 130, 140 from here. But that's not easy when you're taking on an international quality attack. And Connor Alford being swung around from the rugby end. And he'll be bowling to Daya Singh, who's just faced 2 balls and scored 1 run. 5 overs left. What can Randwick Petersham do? There's a nice crowd coming. Here's Alford. Swung away straight. Doesn't get past mid-on, and they take 1. And that's all they'll get.
Yeah, just looked to bun that down the ground, the Daya Singh, but just didn't get the power required.
Riley Eyre back on strike. He's on 19. He's faced 25 balls. Just a break in play. Connor Alford is going to switch and bowl around the wicket to the left-hander, Riley Eyre, and they're just adjusting the sight screens at the Coogee Bay Road end. We'll see now, just switched. Daya Singh, the Randwick Petersham skipper, not happy with his teammates. Should be attending the side screen. Here's Alford now to Eyre. Short ball and under edge to keep it no runs. Lorcan Tucker hit the stumps there. They light up, which is fantastic to have the stumps that light up when they get hit. But yeah, we'll just see Alford there just bowling a change of pace. Maybe that was cross seam or wobbled seam, and the ball just dying off the pitch there. Here's Alford again. Eyre on strike. It's slapped down to long on. The fielder's running around and he stops it. They've taken 2. Smart fielding there from the skipper, Andrew Balburney. Yeah, the score now 3 for 91.
Yeah, he got across nicely there and was able to slide and keep it in, and was able to know where his body was in relation to the boundary rope. But a couple of valuable runs there for Randwick Petersham. That, yeah, Maz, we'll just throw caution to the wind now with still 7 wickets left in the shed.
Alford in again, and that's popped up the ball into the offside. There was no one there. That was beautiful placement from air. Frustrating for the bowler. Just 2 balls left for Alford's spell.
Can be a little bit like this as a fast bowler. Sometimes things just don't really fall your way. You come up against a couple of players that like the area that you bowl in and maybe have a little bit of luck as the ball travels a long way, but it's good for him to get a hit at here, Connor Alford.
Back over the wicket to Daya Singh, who doesn't time that, and it heads to deep mid-wicket for a single. 3 for 93 with 1 ball left in Alford's spell. Air on strike. He's on 22. Can he launch this one into the surroundings? Alford, slower ball. He's played that one to deep mid-wicket. There's no one there, and that'll run away for 4. A really good shot by Riley Air. Change of pace from Alford. He waited for it, found the gap, and the score now 3 for 97. Air moves along to 26 of 29 deliveries, 9 runs coming off that over.
Yeah, freed the arms there. Obviously recognised there was going to be a change in pace from Alford. Maybe he gave his tell away as he was running in, but he was able to get in position and hit it hard and find the gap. I think was the most important thing. It's one thing to time a ball or hit it hard, but he was able to find that gap. Something he hasn't done an awful lot in this innings, but that might be one that breaks the shackles a little bit for him. 26 and 29. It's an important innings, and they're encroaching on the 3-figure mark at the moment.
So the crafty spinner being brought back into the attack from the rugby end of the ground. Simi Singh wearing number 21. He bowls off spinners, but he can just throw in the odd leg spinner, which is a pretty good skill to have, Jack, because it's not easy.
No.
Bowling leg spin when it's your main craft, let alone when you just throw one in.
Well, one's coming out of the fingers and the other one's normally coming out of the back of the hand, so it's a real skill.
Singh here now, and he beats Daya Singh, and it's Singh stumped Singh. We've got it. Simi Singh gets his first wicket, and the Randwick Petersham skipper Daya Singh is stumped for 3 of 5 deliveries, and Randwick are 4 for 97.
I think you expect that intent at this stage of the innings when you're only 3 down or now 4 down, but it seemed to lose his balance a little bit there. To Daya Singh, kind of stumbled a little bit, and it was really smart glove work by Lorcan Tucker, the wicket for Ireland. Whipped the bails off quick smart.
Bassett Ali, the new batter coming to the crease, and Jack and I were recounting the tale of last summer in a Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup game when he smashed a quick fire, 18 or so, and Randwick Petersham were through to the next round. And they need something like that from him here, a quick 20 or 30, just to give this innings a little bit of a boost, as we have just 23 deliveries left. The run rate exactly 6 per over. 4 for 97. Fantastic scene here at Coogee Oval for the Lefand Cricket Week.
Yeah, we want to thank our sponsors, Frogbox, for helping out, bringing you the live stream today. With Frogbox, you can make live streaming cricket a breeze and never miss a moment this summer. Designed for club cricket, the Frogbox Club solution is the innovative, lightweight and low-cost product designed for volunteer-operated clubs. With over 600 clubs already streaming with Frogbox in Australia and the UK, your club could be next to join the live stream revolution. To get your club's very own Frogbox streaming kit, head to frogbox.live to find out more.
Play and a miss there by Ali. Tried to hit that one into the surrounding apartment blocks. Some great views of the cricket here. If you live at each end of the ground, Jack, you'd get a great view down the bowler's arm. Right behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, you're right on top of everything here. It's a great thing about all these suburban grounds that we get to travel to for grade cricket.
Simi Singh slashed behind point of the offside by Bazard Ali, and that'll run away for 4. And that brings up the 100 for Randwick Petersham. They're 4 for 101
That boundary brings up
in the 16th over.
Yeah, really nice timing and placement there from Bazard Ali. Didn't necessarily get it right out of the middle, but steered it nicely into that backward point gully region. And straight away we see Ireland have negotiated a bit of a fielding change there. So, yeah, smart cricket by him. He's not going to muck around here, Bazard Ali.
Simi singing again. Smashed down the ground by Ali. They've taken 1. It's got to come back for 2, but no, good fielding there by this Irish team, as you'd expect from this professional outfit. They keep it to 1. 4 for 102 after 16.4 overs. Air on strike now. 2 balls left in Simi Singh's over. You would think Riley Air would be sort of eyeing up that deep mid-wicket area.
Yeah, they've got protection down the ground. They've got a long on and a long off. They've also got a deep cover point sweeper that we've seen become really popular in T20 cricket. There's all the deep mid-wicket, so they're protecting all the major boundaries. It has to be a bit smart about this, Riley Air. Try and fire into the gaps.
Singh around the wicket. Quicker ball and slapped to deep mid-wicket. Flat and hard and on the bounce. And they get 1 run. Score 4 for 103.
Yeah, Stephen Doney out there coming up to stop it. Kind of like skimmed into his midriff there as he did his best to protect his body, but saved a few runs as well.
Nice lush outfield here at Coogee Oval. Looking good for a ground that probably had quite a bit of rugby on it during the winter.
Yeah, Randwick actually finished 3rd in the Shoot Shield, the rugby competition. First grade rugby competition here in Sydney. Got knocked out, I think, a couple of games before the grand final.
Were you commentating on that competition this winter?
I was. I did a couple of Randwick games during the winter. Unfortunately, the downpours had a bad effect on a few of the games.
That's slashed by Ali. It's got high. Fielder's coming under it. And the skipper... No, it's Gareth Delaney who's put that down. And now there's confusion, and there's going to be a run out at the non-striker's end. We'll just wait to see which batter is out. I think it's going to be Riley Air. Mayhem in the middle. Delaney dropped the catch, and then Riley Air and Bazard Ali found themselves at the same end of the wicket. And Air, unfortunately, is run out for 27. Well, how do you sum that one up, Jack?
It's bizarre. That's bizarre is how you sum it up. Yeah, Bazard Ali's obviously skied one, thinking that he's going to be out, and then there has been no communication between the two batters. Reminds me of a domestic one-day cup game I watched many years ago where Matthew Hayden skied one high in the air, and Matt Hayden actually was walking off the field, almost taking his gloves off because he assumed he was going to be out. It ended up being dropped, and his partner was run out, and almost similar thing happened here.
Delaney didn't get close to that one, and then...
Yeah, it was because at one stage, Riley Air was at the striker's end, and then they turned again for a second, and Riley Air adjudged to be the man to have been dismissed, and yeah, I guess that's the miscommunication. That's the little things you can get wrong early in the season, and that's a shame for Randwick Petersham because they're 5 down now. As looks like
Adam Dockos.
Yeah, Adam Dockos is out there, but they've just got to try and reset and try and get as many runs as they can from these final 18 balls. That you want to getting a minimum of 18. That gets them to 121. Bonus runs can get you up to maybe 130 or 140 here.
Yeah, 5 for 103 after 17 overs, 6 runs, and 2 wickets coming off on that last over. A stumping and a run out. Here's Little, the opening bowler, bringing ball back into the attack. He beats the bat of Dockos. Josh Little, none for 9 off his 2 overs so far. Fine left arm quick from Ireland.
Great opportunity here for Adam Dockos. Past 1,500 runs for Randwick Petersham in all grades last season. Had a profitable campaign for them. Played a bit of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup with the first grade side as well.
Pitched up and defended. Another dot ball.
Because we do see that intermittently with the different grade clubs, of which there are 20 in Sydney, is that generally you will see players from second grade that will pop up and play a handful of games, whether that's to get them used to the atmosphere of playing first grade cricket, whether it's they want to add a bit more batting depth and perhaps use an opener or a first drop batsman from second grade and bat him down at 6 or 7, or there's injuries or whatever. It is opportunities for these guys, and good to see Adam out here getting some valuable experience against the Irish side, and he'll be looking to try and knock the ball into the gaps and get some quick runs here.
Yeah, some of the Randwick Petersham team might actually have to work today. Little pitches up and heaved away on the onside by Dockus, and they get 1 run. Takes the score to 5 for 104. Yeah, might be a few players who couldn't get the day off work. It's a Tuesday here in Sydney, a work day, coming off a long weekend. So for some of these Randwick Petersham players, it'll be an extra long weekend if they've taken today off, 4 days off. What a great way to finish it, playing against this international island cricket team. Little in again. Very short, very slow, and that's called a wide.
You didn't quite get that one right, did he?
It's one of the things I would never have predicted to happen in T20 cricket, that slow bounces would become a thing, because you would think, oh, it's a slow bouncer, you got time, just go back and smash it. But it's hard when you set yourself up to play a regulation shot and then this slow looping bouncer comes down. Here's Little, pitched up and slashed behind square on the offside. It's not timed, they've got 1, they're coming back for 2. And Ali comes back for a second. He moves along to 7. Probably be keen to finish this innings well after the mix-up with Riley Eyre in the last over. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
Yeah, definitely. We know he can hit the ball a long way. He's got all the shots. He loves to play down the ground, as we've seen a couple of times. But good running there. They put McCarthy under a bit of pressure. Throw wasn't the greatest, and they're able to get through for 2. So, yeah, some good running between the wickets.
Little to Ali, and again heaves that one, almost like a wood chopper wielding an axe, the way he attacks the ball. And he gets 1 run, 5 for 108.
Yeah, he bludgeoned it down the ground. He's strong. We know he can hit the ball a long way, but it is so hard at this stage of the innings as well, Manners, even though you do have wickets in the sheds, when there's 5 or 6 fielders out protecting boundaries. It's so hard, and that's why it's so impressive when we see players at the highest level be able to clear the boundary in succession or be able to hit the ball to the rope consistently, because it's so difficult with so many players out.
Little pitches up and turned nicely behind square on the onside. Deft touch by Basit Ali, and that'll go away for 4. There was no fielder there. That was Adam Dockus. So his first boundary. He moves along to 5 off 4. Well, and the score now 5 for 112 after 18.
It does just show you, doesn't it, that you don't need to hit the ball hard. You don't need to try and hit the cover off the ball. Sometimes proper cricket shots like that, Adam Dockus just didn't need a whole lot of foot movement here. Just moves back a little bit and just chips it off his pads. And really good timing, excellent placement, and a well-deserved boundary. So that's a really pretty cricket shot, a really classy shot to see in the T20 competition. And 4 valuable runs now for Randwick as they closed in with those last 2 balls. If they can get 20 from the last 2, and I know it's a big ask against the international side, 130. That's one of those middling scores that sometimes the side can feel a little bit nervous about chasing about, because they don't know whether to go hammer and tong at it or try and absorb the 20 overs. So, yeah, regardless of what happens, I think it's going to be an interesting run chase here this afternoon.
Yeah, it'll certainly give them something to defend. But
change of bowling at the Dolphin Street end, number 32, Mark Adair.
Mark Adair being brought back into the attack from the rugby scoreboard end of the grounds. Basit Ali on strike. 12 balls left. What will they score? Here's Adair. It's a wide ball and left by Basit Ali. You don't often see a ball in the end of a T20 innings left. Basit Ali doesn't look thrilled with the call by the umpire there. Score 5 for 113, 11 balls left. The run rate 6.22. Ali waits with the bat raised. It's a short, slow bouncer,
shocker.
and that will be a wide.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd like that one back, Mark Adair.
Look, I'm sure we're going to see a bit of this this week in the Lefand Cricket Week games where the Irish players are trying to practice some of their variations, trying a few different things out as they lead in to the T20 World Cup. So we might see a few balls like this as bowlers just cycle through all their slower balls and back of the hand balls and wobble seam. Here's Adair. Pitches up and squirted away to short fine leg, who throws at the stumps. No run. One leg. Oh, there's a bat there. So that's one run to Ali. He's into double figures, 10 off 8.
Well, this is where you want to do it, isn't it? This is where you want to try it. It's a match setting. They are practice matches or tour matches, but they're still matches all the same. So this is where you want to try it when perhaps there isn't as much pressure as there would be in a T20 World Cup warm-up game or a T20 regular fixture. So yeah, we probably will see a bit of that, and I think that's good. I think it's good practice for Randwick Petersham as well.
Adair. Dockers just digs that one out, and it gets past short fine leg, who I would say did a bit of a harbour bridge there, just dived over the top of the ball. And for those watching in Ireland, that's a bit of a local expression, like, what is it, bin chicken, where you dive over a ball. We call it giving the harbour bridge because of the coat hanger. Yeah,
kind of off it there, the harbour bridge diver in the words of Andrew Mansell. Sure, they'll go out and see the Harbour Bridge, the Irish boys. They're not too far away from it here in Coogee.
They should do the bridge climb. Get the Irish cricket team up on the top of the bridge.
Well, they've got no matches Wednesday, Thursday, so... sorry, they've got no match on Thursday, so maybe that might be the day off to try and do a bit of sightseeing.
Get them off the beach.
If it's not raining, I think there's a bit of rain around the next few days, which isn't great, but...
9 balls left in this Randwick Petersham innings. They won the toss and elected to bat. Ben Mitchell with a nice innings at the top of the order, supported by Riley Eyre. They just need someone to add the cherry on top. Adair bowling around the wicket, and it's swung away into the onside by Dockers, and they've just taken 1.
Yeah, good slow ball coming around the wicket. So angling into that middle leg stump line, but he actually got it well outside the off stump, so there wasn't an awful lot that Dokos could really do with that. He just played across the line and just ease it into the gap for the single.
Five for 118. Adair over the wicket this time, and he's bowled him! The stumps light up as Adair gets his first wicket of the tour, and Basit Ali goes for 10 off 8. And the score, 6 for 118.
Yeah, good full delivery. It's never easy to hit those deliveries that are, I guess they call the sand-shoot crushers here in Australia, full around the base of the stumps, and you don't begrudge Basit Ali for trying to swing it heartily across the line to try and lift it over the boundary rope, but he missed, and it cannoned into the stumps. Good delivery, so he departs Ali for a quick 5-10, and Ashley Burton in 35 comes out with Randwick Petersham falling now to 6 for 118.
7 balls left in the innings. Basit Ali never got going in that little innings there. Chance of a cameo, but couldn't pull it off. And it's 6 for, and we just see the scorecard there. Camden Hawkins out early for 6. Then Ben Mitchell, a lovely 48 off 45. Riley at 27 off 30. Unluckily run out a few overs ago. The only other player in double figures, Basit Ali, who was just bowled by Mark Adair. Dockers is on 8, but Ashley Burton facing his first ball of this fixture. Adair. Slower ball, and it's pushed, and they set off for a single. The score now 6 for 119 after 19 overs. Just 1 over left in the Randwick Petersham innings. Hope you've enjoyed the first 19 overs of the Lefand Cricket Week. I'm Andrew Mansell. I'm joined by Jack Clifton. We just see there the sights of the spectators wandering around the grounds.
School holidays at the moment as well.
What was that?
So it's school holidays as well,
Yes,
which I know is which you're loving in your household. Your two kids.
I am indeed. Hopefully my kids will come down sometime this week and have a look.
Might have to bribe the manners. It's not too far from where you're located either.
Unfortunately, only a short distance from where I live. We can just see there. So that's the car park, and then behind that is Coogee Beach. So for those that have been to Sydney, this oval's right in the eastern suburbs beaches. Again, a change of pace there by Barry McCarthy. And too good for Burton. Yeah, but for those that, who are watching in Ireland who might have been to Sydney, you've got Coogee Beach, and then you sort of head along the coastline, and further north you head to Bondi Beach. So, yeah, lovely part of the world. Beach is very busy today. I think a lot of people have, as I said, it was a long weekend in Sydney. I think a few people have added a day or two and down at the beach. Here's McCarthy. Pitched up and squirted out over the top of cover by Burton. And that'll run away for 4. A lovely shot. He just dug it out and it flew off the middle of that bat. And he goes long to 5, a much-needed boundary, 6 for 123.
Yeah, that adds a bit more respectability to the score. Well done by Burton there as he scooped it over the top and was able to evade the fielders. I thought they were being a little bit nonchalant, the Irish fielders, but it was just struck so well that it was timed beautifully and well placed and rolled rather quickly to the rope.
It was a good shot. He didn't try and hit it too hard, just got the middle of the bat onto it, found the gap. We'll see here, it's pitched up and he's just swung through the line. Just threw his hands at it.
Just pulled out of the ball there. McCarthy ran through and didn't deliver. Burton's got in his head maybe.
Mental games going on here.
Not a bad total from Randwick because in fairness of the T20 Cup competition that we've done in this New South Wales Premier Cricket comp, sometimes we do get scores like this between the two Sydney grade sides. So 123 against the international side I don't think is too bad.
Pitched up and played to long off for a single. Probably be disappointed he couldn't do more with that one. They just get 1 run. The score 6 for 124. I think when you consider that sort of around halfway in the innings their run rate was hovering around that 5 mark, they've done pretty well to get to 6 for 124. I think they were just missing that little injection at the end. Riley Ayres' run out came when he was just looking to take on the bowling, and that's probably cost them a few runs. McCarthy in again and pushed down the leg side, and that'll be a wide. 6 for 125.
And they do have a couple of players that obviously can't be here due to commitments with other things. Dan Sams, an international calibre player, and also Jason Sanger, who's the vice-captain of the New South Wales side, skipper the Blues last season, the skipper of the Randwick Petersham club as well. You throw a couple of those players in and maybe they're kind of looking around that 140, 145 mark with a little bit more class, taking nothing away from the players that are representing Randwick Petersham, but also some really good bowling and fielding from Ireland today as restricted Randwick Petersham, in my opinion.
McCarthy, another change of pace. Gets past Dockers. Just short, slow.
Well, that's really good bowling because he's seen Dockers coming there and he's not only rolled his fingers across the seam, taking the pace off the ball, he's thrown it a little bit wider. Dockers has backed away from his stumps, giving himself some room, looking like he wants to punch the ball over cover or point, and he's just outsmarted him there, McCarthy. He's bowled really well today, and that was another fine piece of bowling.
2 balls left in this innings. McCarthy. Pushed down the leg side, not called a wide by the umpire. We'll just see on... look, I guess... I don't know if the umpires will be that lenient in the T20 World Cup, unfortunately.
Yeah, kind of maybe assuming that Dockers changed his stance and shuffled across his crease a little bit, but it was certainly a tight one, and these couple of dot balls will probably hurt Randwick. They've got Randwick Petersham, they've got 1 ball to try and finish with a flurry manners.
Yes. Can Dockers launch this one into the surroundings? Here we go. Last ball of the Randwick Petersham innings. And he's bowled him! The stumps, the bails, They've gone everywhere. McCarthy gets his second wicket. He has figures of 2 for 11 after 3 overs, and Randwick Petersham finished their 20 overs at 6 for 125.
Yeah, great ball there by McCarthy, full and straight. Didn't do a whole lot off the pitch, but at this stage of the innings, a player needs to be going hard at the bowling. Great full delivery by McCarthy. He finishes with 2. Really impressed with what he did in his 3 overs. And Randwick Petersham finished at 7 for 125. Obviously, probably 20 or 25 short of where they need to be, but they've got the runs on the board. We do see some low-scoring encounters in the T20, and they've got 125. If they can get a couple of early wickets against the Irish, then perhaps the nerves might play a little bit of a part, and they can build some scoreboard pressure. But yeah, Ireland should be commended with a really professional and workmanlike performance in the field. There was that one drop catch that we saw midway through the innings, but apart from that, their ground fielding and their catching in the air was very, very good. And outside of Connor Alford, who probably struggled a little bit with some of the Randwick Petersham batters going after him, I thought that the bowling was top notch. Probably an 8 or 9 out of 10 in my opinion, especially considering it's their first game here in Australia. So it's going to be an interesting run chase, but I feel the ledger and momentum certainly with the Irishmen after a really efficient bowling and fielding performance, Manners.
Yeah, really respectable batting performance by Randwick Petersham, getting to a total that they've got a chance to defend, and Ben Mitchell with a fine innings at the top of the order. But overall, a professional performance, as you'd expect from this Ireland men's cricket team as they prepare for the T20 World Cup. I thought Delaney, Simi Singh all bowled really well. Barry McCarthy, an excellent spell. Mark Adair as well. So fine contributions from the Ireland bowling lineup, and they would be pretty confident they can knock off this total. But we just see there Ben Mitchell top score with 48 off 45. Riley Eyre gave him good support with 27 off 30, and then just Bazadali in double figures. And the best of the bowlers, Barry McCarthy 2 for 11 off his 3 overs. The leg spinner Delaney 2 for 10, and Adair 1 for 19 off 3 overs. We're going to take a short break here as the change of innings occurs, and we'll be back for the Ireland team chase as they look to bank their first win of the tour. They need 126 for the win. Into it, here he is.
Short and clipped away nicely. That'll be 4. Just use the pace again and run it through fine legs. So a couple of boundaries in the first 2 overs here for Randwick Petersham. And Benny Mitchell's off the mark as well. Chipping
one season.
Short, and this ball hammered down the ground. That'll be out. Straight to mid-off as Hawkins tried to bunt it down the ground. It was short of a length and a good pace behind it. And McCarthy's done the job for his team in just his 3rd delivery. He picks up his first wicket and the first wicket for Ireland in the Lefand Cricket Week here. Short and pulled away nicely through the gap, and that is racing its way down to the boundary for 4 more. Their 4th of the innings, and Ben Mitchell's just starting to warm to the task now, you feel. He's got his eye in the hand-eye coordination is really starting to roll. He moves to 13 from 11.
Former Australian off spinner.
Pitched up and lofted down the ground, well struck. It'll take 1 bounce, or a couple of bounces, over the rope for 4. So they're continuing to fight fire with fire here.
Former Australian off spinner.
Pitched up and lofted down the ground, well struck. It'll take 1 bounce, or a couple of bounces, over the rope for 4. So they're continuing to fight fire with fire here.
The sort of time they haven't had before. Short ball pulled in the air towards deep mid-wicket. The fielder's coming around. A dive there by Curtis Camphor, and he saves 2 runs.
Well, that's to slap the ball back inside, and yeah, was able to appreciate the applause from some of the fans right down in front of him.
Tossed up and hit down to long off and caught. Sams has gone for 5, never got going. Delaney gets his first wicket in Australia in the build-up to the T20 World Cup.
As he just slapped the ball back inside, and yeah, was able to appreciate the applause from some of the fans right down in front of him.
Tossed up and hit down to long off and caught. Sams has gone for 5, never got going. Delaney gets his first wicket in Australia in the build-up to the T20 World Cup. Your account with a free hit. Alford, here we go. And he's bowled him off a free hit. We saw the stumps light up. Your account with a free hit. Alford, here we go. And he's bowled him off a free hit. We saw the stumps light up. They're really focusing on all areas of the game. Here's Delaney again. And a reverse sweep here and goes fine on the onside for a single. They're really focusing on all areas of the game. Here's Delaney again. And a reverse sweep here and goes fine on the onside for a single. 20 international wickets, best bowling of 3 for 9. And here he is to Ben Mitchell. Tossed up and slog at that one. There's a big appeal. There's an indecision here. Air's come a long way. There's a direct hit. The stumps have been lit up again. They've lit up. Had plenty of time to get used to the conditions.
It's advancing and cutting nicely out through cover. That's a good shot. There was a little bit of a hand on it that slowed it down, but didn't slow it down enough. It's a wonderful boundary to Ben Mitchell. He's played some really good, confident cricket shots today, and that's right up there with the best of them. Takes him to a run of ball 36. It's 2 for 63. This ball lofted down the ground. It's a magnificent shot. Goes all the way, crashes into the brick wall for 6. So the first maximum of the innings, and maybe Riley Eyre is that man that is the one that is going to really swing the long handle and bring up some quick runs. He hammered that. It was a short. This ball lofted down the ground. It's a magnificent shot. Goes all the way, crashes into the brick wall for 6. So the first maximum of the innings, and maybe Riley Eyre is that man that is the one that is going to really swing the long handle and bring up some quick runs. He hammered that. It was a short. And it's now Ben Mitchell's turn. He's looking to paddle this one. He paddles it beautifully down to the rope for 4. So the floodgates, they're starting to open here for Randwick Petersham. 11 off the first 3 balls of Connor Alford's return to the bowling crease. And Ben Mitchell's now hit 2 boundaries in his last 3 balls. This is a huge innings for him against Ireland, as he knocks this one down towards the boundary for 4 more. Certainly wasn't out of the middle, but it didn't matter as it raced away from the Irish fielders into the rope. And this is a very good over. This is a huge innings for him against Ireland, as he knocks this one down towards the boundary for 4 more. Certainly wasn't out of the middle, but it didn't matter as it raced away from the Irish fielders into the rope. And this is a very good over.
On the onside of the ground, if you so look out.
Plenty of flight. This ball hammered high into the air. It's not going to go very, very far. And it's taken easily in the end. It was a well-judged catch. I think it might have been Curtis Camphor that has been the man that scored underneath it and takes the catch and ends Ben Mitchell's nice innings. 48 for him, coming from 44 deliveries, or 45 deliveries, pardon me. And Randwick do lose their 3rd wicket in the 15th over for 87. Good piece of bowling there by Delaney. Threw it up a little bit more and just didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and really just skied as he's got 2 for 9 and Mitchell goes for 48.
He's Alford. Swung away straight, doesn't get past mid-on, and they take 1. And that's all they'll get. This one into the surroundings. Alford, slower ball. He's played that one to deep mid-wicket. There's no one there, and that'll run away for 4. A really good shot by Riley Eyre. Change of pace from Alford. He waited for it, found the gap, and the score now 3 for 97. This one into the surroundings. Alford, slower ball. He's played that one to deep mid-wicket. There's no one there, and that'll run away for 4. A really good shot by Riley Eyre. Change of pace from Alford. He waited for it, found the gap, and the score now 3 for 97.
Normally coming out of the back of the hand, so it's a real skill.
Singh here now, and he beats Daya Singh, and it's Singh stumped Singh. We've got it.
Normally coming out of the back of the hand, so it's a real skill.
Singh here now, and he beats Daya Singh, and it's Singh stumped Singh. We've got it.
Great cricket.
Simi Singh slashed behind point of the offside by Bazard Ali, and that'll run away for 4. And that brings up the 100 for Randwick Petersham. They're 4 for 101.
Great cricket.
Simi Singh slashed behind point of the offside by Bazard Ali, and that'll run away for 4. And that brings up the 100 for Randwick Petersham. They're 4 for 101.
The downpours had a bad effect on a few of the games.
That's slashed by Ali. It's got high. Fielders coming under it. And the skipper, no, it's Gareth Delaney who's put that down. And now there's confusion, and there's going to be a run out at the non-striker's end.
The downpours had a bad effect on a few of the games.
That's slashed by Ali. It's gone high. Fielder's coming under it. And the skipper... No, it's Gareth Delaney who's put that down. And now there's confusion. And there's going to be a run out at the non-striker's end.
Players out.
Little pitches up and turned nicely behind square on the onside. Deft touch by Bazard Ali. And that'll go away for 4. There was no fielder there. That was Adam Dockos.
Players out.
Little pitches up and turned nicely behind square on the onside. Deft touch by Bazard Ali. And that'll go away for 4. There was no fielder there. That was Adam Dockos. And they're over the wicket this time. And he's bowled him! The stumps light up as Adair gets his first wicket of the tour. And Bazard Ali goes for 10 off 8. And they're over the wicket this time. And he's bowled him! The stumps light up as Adair gets his first wicket of the tour. And Bazard Ali goes for 10 off 8. Down at the beach, here's McCarthy. Pitched up and squirted out over the top of cover by Burton. And that'll run away for 4. A lovely shot. He just dug it out and it flew off the middle of that bat. And he goes long to 5. A much needed boundary. 6 for 123s. And he's bowled him! The stumps, the bails... They've gone everywhere. McCarthy gets his second wicket. He has figures of 2 for 11. And he's bowled him! The stumps, the bails, they've gone everywhere. McCarthy gets his second wicket. He has figures of 2 for 11 after 3 overs. And
Opening the batting for Ireland, number 63, Andrew Dalberni, and number 20, Stephen Donaghy. Opening the bowling for Randwick Petersham from the Dolphin Street end, Riley Ed.
Get their tour underway with a victory. We've got the skipper, Andrew Balbirnie, on strike. Stephen Doherty is at the non-striker's end. Riley Eyre will open the bowling from the rugby scoreboard end. Riley Eyre made his first-class debut for New South Wales earlier this year, and he'll be bowling to the Irish skipper. Paul Sterling is listed at number 3, which means he's dashed straight from the airport to bat at number 3. All right, here's Eyre. First ball of the innings, and it squirts off Balbirnie's inside edge to short fine leg, and Ireland are on their way. They're none for one.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how they plan this innings, Ireland, whether they're happy to almost soak up all the 20 overs and get batting practice, or whether they treat it like a match, like the T20 campaign might be if they chase a score like this.
Doherty faces his first ball and defends it away onto the onside. Burton does the fielding, one more to the total. Very confident start for this Irish team. None for two. We saw a fine innings by Ben Mitchell for Randwick Petersham earlier today. He's there. There's a big appeal, and he's got a wicket! He's got the Irish skipper, third ball of the innings. Riley Eyre, fresh from his first-class debut this year, dismisses Andrew Balbirnie for one. Ireland are 1 for 2.
Yeah, great ball. Looking to sweep across the line was Balbirnie, as he looks to sweep across the line, but it was too full to play that shot. And early in the innings, hand-eye coordination just not where it should be. And in the end, it was a really good ball by Riley Eyre to get the breakthrough. So they'll be delighted with that. That's the perfect start for them. And that score, they got the run, like it is, the old adage, they got runs on the board, and now Ireland, a nervous start with their skipper on his way back to the pavilion.
What a moment for Riley Eyre, dismissing the Irish skipper, who swung across the line. The ball probably a little bit too full for that shot, and beat the bat, and is on his way, adjudged LBW. Now Lorcan Tucker, the wicketkeeper and number 3 batter, heads out to the crease. He's just recently been elevated to number 3 in this T20 side, and he's made a good fist of it so far in his early forays at the top of the order. So Lorcan Tucker on strike. Riley Eyre with an early wicket. Here he is again. And Tucker almost toe-ended that to mid-wicket, but it runs away, no run.
Yeah, perfect start for Randwick Petersham. They'll be very, very excited with this. Getting a wicket in the first over. Trying with spin, Riley Eyre, his all-round talent.
Played into the offside, no run. It's 1 for 2 here after 5 deliveries. Eyre delivers, and that's beautifully swept behind square on the onside by Tucker, and that'll run away for 4. An elegant shot and the first boundary of the Irish innings.
Yeah, and that's probably what Andrew Balbirnie was trying to do, but played really well there by Tucker as he got inside the line of the ball and swept it nicely and timed it really well. And raced off the willow and across the carpet for 4. So despite losing the first wicket, they've done pretty well, Ireland, to get through that and get 6 runs from the first over. Got well outside the off stump, shuffled across the crease. It was a really stylish shot.
Now, I've been generously given some player profiles by Craig, who's the manager, the media manager of the Irish team.
Number 3, Jason Ralston.
And what they've written about Stephen Doherty is he's a big hitting opener and wicketkeeper in the Adam Gilchrist mode. So watch out. Doherty's on strike and he'll be hitting the ball all over the place, no doubt.
Oh, we might
scored,
be in for some fireworks.
yeah,
if
he
that's
scored
the case.
394 runs at 56 in his last 8 white ball innings at provincial level. And he's also spent a season at Randwick Petersham Cricket Club, so he will know this ground well. So here we go. We've got Jason Ralston with the ball. Pushes that one down leg side, and it's a wide. No ball. Free hit.
Free hit.
I think in the rules, if
It was a wide and a no ball.
yeah, it's just the no ball just gains precedence over the
That's
wide.
right. So
Take your pick.
Doherty, who's in the Gilchrist mode, will enjoy a chance at a free hit.
We saw Riley Eyre get bowled off a free hit earlier in the afternoon. So let's see if Doherty's going to have a bit more luck.
Ralston. Short ball, and it's swung behind square on the onside, but just gets past short fine leg, and they're coming back for 2. Good fielding there, stopped a certain boundary. And the score now 1 for 9. Adam Dockers doing the fielding there.
Yeah, good conditions for batting as well. We looked at the pitch a little bit earlier in the afternoon, and no gremlins in the pitch, and we certainly didn't see that when Randwick Petersham batted first. A little bit of grass coverage, but a pretty dry, pretty hard pitch, so good for these top order batters to get going.
Ralston delivers a full ball, and it's squirted very fine. Third comes around, and they just get 1. Good fielding there from the third fielder there.
And I guess the testing period, the testing thing for Ireland is coming from an environment where the pitches certainly aren't bouncing as much as they do in Australia. It's not the old whacker Perth pitch here at Coogee where the ball's going to be bouncing up around the throat and chin area, but it does bounce generally a lot more than it does in other areas of the world. So it might take them a little bit of time, might take them 2 or 3 matches to kind of get more acclimated with the bounce of these pitches.
Ralston again, a full ball and dug out by Tucker, and they get 1 run. The score now 1 for 11.
And that's probably the most pleasing aspect, in my opinion, of Ireland's performance with the ball was they didn't get carried away with the bounce. And I know that here at Coogee Oval, it's not necessarily a really bouncy wicket, but I think sometimes we've seen when England have toured in the past, and even other sides, even India prior to them winning the last couple of Test series against Australia, get carried away with that those short pitch balls and the bounce, that tennis ball bounce you can get from the pitch. I thought they bowled in some really good areas, that back of a length and hitting the pitch hard, which Randwick Petersham need to do as well.
Pitched up and turned to mid-on for a single. Bit of a fumble there.
No ball as well.
Another no ball. That's the second one of the over. And another free hit.
Free hit.
So Lorcan Tucker on strike for this, I think. Yes, he is.
When you keep giving opportunities like this to the opposition side, Manners, they're eventually going to cash in. They only got 2 from the first one, but there's a good chance this one could be disappearing down the ground for 6. He's just struggled a little bit with his rhythm at the moment. Jason Ralston, the Australian under-19 rep, he took 7-15 in the 2018 under-19 World Cup against PNG.
Here he is. Pitches up and he's bowled him off a no ball free hit. So the stumps are lighting up again. Lorcan Tucker moved across and tried to flick it fine. Couldn't make any contact with it. And a dot ball, a win for the bowler. Jason Ralston also played well in the final of the domestic T20 competition last year against Sydney University, bowling 4 overs, 1 for 23.
Little inside edge from Tucker on that occasion. Just got a little bit of a feather on it.
Too fine. Played it too fine indeed. So a win for Ralston there. Here he is again. Delivers and played through the covers for 4, all the way along the carpet. That's a lovely shot from Tucker. And he moves to 9 off just 6 deliveries, and 17 runs have come in the first 11 deliveries.
Yeah, that's a classical cricket shot. just leaned into that and punched it out through the covers, and it raced to the fence before. It's a shot that's really easy on the eyes, regardless of what format of cricket it's played in. Good shot by Tucker, who's showing that he has all the shots here early on.
Ralston to continue. Delivers, and that's scooped in the air. Short fine leg coming in. Oh, the wicketkeeper's taking a great diving catch.
Anthony Sams there. That's brilliant. Had to really get on his bike to get there and a dive at the end, and that's an important wicket. Don't know if it was a shot necessarily played by Tucker. He's played some good shots already, and you feel that he's kind of thrown his wicket away there as, it was a nice piece of bowling and a good end of the over for what's been a pretty tough first over here for Jason Ralston.
Yeah, good end to the over. Tucker moving across his stumps and trying to whip it over short fine leg. Just came off the edge of the bat. And Anthony Sams, the wicketkeeper, had to make up a lot of ground. He did. He dived full length and took the catch just before it hit the grass. And Ireland are 2 for 17 off 2 overs. The run rate's good, but they've lost 2 wickets. At the same stage, Randwick were none for 10. Ireland already 2 down. It was a full ball just off the top edge of the bat. Here's Sams. What a catch. And 2 for 17 now, Ireland. Terrific cricket, Jack.
Yeah, really good from Randwick Petersham, staying in the game, not getting demoralised despite a few runs coming in that over, and it's an important wicket as well. There's obviously quality all throughout this Ireland top order, but they've already got rid of a couple of those players, and I wouldn't say they're in trouble, Ireland, but yeah, it's been a bit of a nervy start by them. This is not how they envisage the innings to be going, I don't think.
Doherty on strike on 5. Curtis Camphor, the new batter who's at the non-striker's end. Here's Riley Eyre. There's a bill! Not out, says the umpire, and the Randwick Petersham club. They're up and about. There's a slip in. Short, fine leg. Short backward point. Regulation points in really tight. They're trying to put the pressure on. Eyre, quicker and slash that, and it'll find the gap by Doherty and run away for 4. That's the danger. You keep the field nice and tight, and Doherty just played it in the gap between backward point and point. He moves into double figures.
Well, this is the class, isn't it? When you do have international side guys that are established first-class cricket players overseas, if you might be able to get away with a ball like that in, as we said, the LBW appeal from a couple of balls earlier. You might be able to get away with that in grade cricket, but not in this tour game.
Slashes again, and now that's 4 more. 2 in a row. He moves to 13 off just 8 deliveries, and the score 2 for 25.
Yeah, class shot again. It was almost a repeat of that previous ball. Just a little bit short, not an overly short delivery there from Riley Eyre. But when you're playing, a batter like Doherty is, he's able to rock back, give himself a little bit of extra time, and just really caressing that through backward point. They've got a point and a backward point, but neither has been able to stop that with great placement.
Eyre again, and that's swung away on the onside by Doherty, and the fielder makes good ground and keeps it to 1. I remember I called Riley Eyre's maiden first-class wicket last summer against, I think it was Josh Philippe at Bankstown Oval.
That's right.
Philippe, sorry, I shouldn't French up his name.
Yeah, you're getting all classy with
Yeah, I know. It's Lefand and Philippe.
It's changed. Might need to tell Josh about that.
He's Eyre. Tosses up, and that's class there from Camphor. Just waited for it and guided it fine, and they get 2. Deft touch.
We're going to see plenty of shots like that. It's really classy cricket, and this partnership already starting to develop. It's identifying those balls that can cause a bit of discomfort for them. But at the moment, despite losing 2 wickets, they're still going at some clip more than 9 and over. So they want an early mark, the Irish boys, I reckon.
Slashed and gets past point. Bobbles off his knee, and they get 1. Docco's there with the misfield, and they've come back for 2. Smart running there from the Irish. Just got outside the circle, but they were able to take 2. So that's the end of the 3rd over. 13 runs coming off that over. It's 2 for 30 after 3 overs. Ireland going at 10 runs and over, but they've lost 2 wickets.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting tactic, isn't it? Because the first 6 overs, you're only permitted to have 2 fielders outside the circle. So yeah, you might lose 3 or 4 wickets, but if Ireland are sitting at 3 for 85 or even 4 for 90 at the 6 over mark, maybe not 90. I don't think they're going to be scoring it at 15 and over. But if they can score at 9 and over, maybe get 50 or 60 through these first 6 overs, and find themselves 3 or 4 down, you're halfway to the target. Only 126 required, and it's already less than 100 for them now. So it's they need to be aggressive when they play the T20 World Cup, and they're obviously pretty keen to get after the Randwick Petersham bowlers when they drop a little bit short, like both these guys have, as we see the 35-year-old veteran Ryan Ninnan, the former Royal Challengers Bangalore representative in the IPL back in 2011, almost over a decade ago now. But he's a classy spin bowler, and he'll love to try and tie up this Irish side in knots.
Downey on strike. He's dashed to 14 off 9 deliveries. Pushed wide, no run. Yeah, Paul Sterling, the top order player for Ireland. He's arriving in Australia very soon, or has just arrived. He's coming from the Caribbean Premier League, as is Harry Tector. Both travelling around the world to get here, probably via many airports and destinations. Ninnan in again and tossed up slower than the ball before, and Downey waited for it and just turned it on the onside. Brings Curtis Camphor onto strike, who's played 21 internationals for Ireland at T20 level, and plays it back to the bowler.
Yeah, good start here from Ninnan, rushing through his over as well, not letting the Irish batters get settled against him.
In again, the off spinner tosses up. That's a good ball, and almost yorked Camphor there. Curtis Camphor's got a high score of 40 for Ireland in T20 cricket. Downey comes down the pitch to talk to him between balls. Here's Ninnan. He's bowled him! Oh. And that is the 3rd wicket for Randwick. It wasn't short enough. Camphor went back to pull it, and it got through and smashed into the leg stump, and Ninnan gets a wicket. And Ireland, 3 for 31.
Yeah, good ball. Stayed a little bit low. Seemed to hit about halfway up that leg stump. And yeah, right, probably wasn't there to play that shot. And it's kind of been a funny old innings from Ireland, because outside of the 3 balls that they've been dismissed on, they've looked to be kind of cruising and played some really classy shots, but just a little bit of ill discipline, maybe just trying to hit the ball a bit too hard, go for those big shots, has led to their downfall. Yeah, that one did stay a little bit low, and Ninnan likes it. It's been a really good first over by him, and yeah, in a bit of trouble here, Ireland. Obviously well ahead of the run rate. It's less than 6 runs per over as it stands, but 3 wickets already gone, 3 quality batsmen back in the sheds. It's a little bit nerve-wracking, I think, for the tourists at the moment.
Yeah, not a great shot there from Camphor. He just went back to a ball that he probably should have gone forward to, and it got through and crashed into the stump. So a great moment for Ninnan. He's got figures of 1 for 1. Gareth Delaney, the new batter, heading out to the crease. He's a leg spinner who bowled really well in the innings today, but he's also a big hitting middle order player. Has a high score of 89 not out for Ireland at T20 level. And he's also the brother of the Ireland women's captain, Laura Delaney. So very strong cricket heritage in that family. No doubt some fiery backyard cricket games when the Delaney siblings would square off. Here's Ninnan. Tosses up and pushed away by Delaney, and he's off the mark straight away with the single. It's now 3 for 32 at the end of 4 overs. And after 4 overs in the Randwick innings, Randwick were 1 for 20. So I would say honours even, Mr. Clifton.
Yeah, very, very much so. Yeah, that wicket for Ninnan, I feel, is starting to pull the ledger towards Randwick Petersham. But they've bowled and fielded relatively well in this start, and every bowler that's bowled has got a wicket. So they're 2 1 for 19. Ralston with a wicket in his only over, and Ryan Ninnan as well. So The bowling changes are working at the moment for Randwick Petersham, but for mine, yeah, Ireland just need to try and really dig in here. They've got a whole lot of overs. They don't need to chase this down in 10 or 11 overs. And Downey the key as Riley Eddy continue. Downey 15 off 11. He's played some good shots. I think he's the glue that needs to try and hold this innings together for the tourists.
Air to continue. Conceded 13 runs in his last over, so be keen to bounce back. Here he is. Defended by Delaney.
Just slows the run rate now down with a couple of wickets falling.
Pushed into the offside, no run.
Just shows that the power play, that mandatory power play, it can be a bit of an Achilles heel for teams. I think when you only have two fielders out, sometimes the batting side can think they can go gangbusters, and it just doesn't work out that way, and that's the way things are falling now for Ireland.
Air in again. Back and played to point by Delaney. Doesn't get past the field. It's a good over from Air. Good comeback after copying a bit of shtick last over. Required run rate just over 6. Hit beautifully between cover and mid-off. Not a lot of foot movement there, but all the way along the ground for 4. That's Delaney's first boundary. The score now 3 for 36. Delaney 5 off 5. Lovely cover drive.
Yeah, laced that through the offside. As you said, not a lot of foot movement, but he just threw the arms and hit it really hard. It raced along the outfield. There was a couple of Randwick Petersham fielders chasing, but they didn't make any headway. That's kind of breaks the shackles a little bit here for the Irish. Good start for Delaney.
Air tosses up, and Delaney tried the same shot again but didn't time it, and it squirts away on the onside for a single. 3 for 37 as we have 1 ball left in the 5th over. Downey back on strike. Just waits for it and turns it into the mid-wicket region. He moves to 16 off 12. It's 3 for 38 after 5 overs. And just 1 over left in the power play.
End of the Riley Air over. After 5 overs, Cricket Island 3 for 38.
Yeah, they need to consolidate here. I think what we saw from Delaney after that boundary is exactly what they've done incorrectly so far today. Their inability to just try and stroke the singles, or willing to occupy a ball, not having to hit successive boundaries or hit 3 or 4 boundaries in a row. So, yeah, I think this partnership's really important. If Randwick Petersham can kind of break this over the next 15 or 20 runs, they're going to feel right in this affair. As it looks like Ryan Ninnan is going to continue. 5 overs gone, 3 for 38. In comes Ninnan. Loops and advancing, using the feet nicely, is Delaney, who bunts that down the ground for 1. And Downey, in fact it was, who moves to 17. So 87 required from 89. So effectively a runner ball at the moment for the Ireland men's cricket side. Spin coming from both ends. Again, pushed into the deep. Is the last over the power play. They've got a fielder down at long on.
Randwick will be really happy with taking 3 early wickets, you would imagine, Jack.
Yeah, I think very pleased with that. That's going to give them a huge boost. It's a tricky score to chase down as well. When sides get around that 120, 130, you try and come out and chase it down early on, you lose a few wickets. You're not really sure how to navigate it. A full toss on length stump. There's again clipped out to deep mid-wicket for a single. So a hat-trick of singles to start this over. And then trying to keep things tight.
I think Delaney and Downey should just take the opportunity to spend some time in the middle. Don't have to do anything silly. get rid of the cobwebs ahead of a big campaign.
Quicker ball and punched nicely down to a whitish long on for one more. Yeah, I completely agree with that, Manners. They've been playing in all sorts of different competitions. Now you're playing under the banner of Ireland. Just spend some time out there. Spend 45 minutes to an hour. Just get used to the pace of the ball, and obviously some quality bowlers in this Randwick Petersham lineup as well. Short and cut away nicely. Great bit of fielding on the edge of the circle. After the parry, they're able to get through for the single.
It's a good test for them. 2 first-class spinners. Jason Ralston, the former under-19 representative. Real opportunity for Ireland just to get a bit of time in the middle under the belt.
This ball clubbed beautifully, hit hard and straight down the ground. He was a little bit wider, Ben Mitchell down there from the previous couple of shots, and he raced away to make sure it didn't go for 4. So Delaney's on 9, Doheney's on 19, and 6 gone. It's 3 for 44.
Thanks to our Lefand Cricket Week sponsors, Frogbox, for helping us bring you this live stream today. With Frogbox, you can make live streaming cricket a breeze and never miss a moment this summer. Designed for club cricket, the Frogbox Club solution is the innovative, lightweight and low-cost product designed for volunteer-operated clubs. With over 600 clubs already streaming with Frogbox in Australia and the UK, your club could be the next to join the live stream revolution. To get your very own Frogbox streaming kit, head to frogbox.live to find out more.
Change of bowling from the Dolphins straight out. Ben Mitchell.
So Ben Mitchell coming into the attack. We saw him do some good things with the bat a little bit earlier on this afternoon. 48 from 45, really anchored that innings of Randwick Petersham where they finished 7 for 125. And now he's going to get a chance with the ball. How often do we see someone make a contribution with the bat and then able to do something in the field or with the ball? So Delaney is going to be on strike. He's on 9. Well, Doheney's on 19. In comes Mitchell. Left arm around the wicket, and it's square driven out into the deep for one more. So they pace themselves nicely, Ireland, after a bit of a nervy start and a nervy and aggressive start. Have been able to just pull things back towards centre a little bit. This partnership continues to build. Delaney on 10, Doheney 19. And 81 required from 83 is the tail of the tape over these course of this fixture. Sun's disappeared a little bit. Breeze has picked up a little bit more, a little bit cooler down here right next to the beach. Mitchell full, and again, it's cracked out to deep cover point for a single. It is the end of the power play, so Randwick Petersham have taken that opportunity to put a few more fielders out in the deep.
Yeah, they scored 44 runs in their power play, Ireland, 3 for 44. Randwick managed 1 for 30, so not a lot between them.
This one is clipped nicely, well timed and placed down the ground, but down to that long on position where there is protection for Randwick Petersham.
I guess we shouldn't discount the fact, Jack, that Ireland are in one of those sort of positions where, you know, they're kind of expected to win these games, and that can be difficult. Because if they were to lose to Randwick Petersham, I'm sure, and that's just slapped at by Doheney and no run, I'm sure they'd be embarrassed if they lost. So they're in a kind of, they're in a no-win situation. They've got to win. They're just set up to. They only can win. Like they've been set up to win.
Yeah, it is tough when you're in that no-win situation. And
like when Australia plays a smaller nation.
Yep. Yeah, there is a lot of expectation. You've got a bunch of Randwick Petersham players that want to prove their worth. Mitchell with the slower ball. It's clubbed down the ground in the air. It's really well timed, and it's going to go down towards the rope, but not quite reach it. And they'll get back for a couple. So looking to free the arms a little bit there was Doheney. He goes on to 22 from 18. A few handy T20 cricketers playing tomorrow for the SCG 11.
Chris Green, Nick Larkin, Jay Lenton.
Full toss and clubbed out to deep cover for a single. So they're continuing to just tick that scoreboard over. 6 from Mitchell's first over. Downey 23, Delaney 11. And after 7, Ireland bring up their 53 for 50 in pursuit of 126 for victory.
6 runs coming off that over, and sensible cricket being played by these two, Downey and Delaney. Just knocking the ball around into the gaps, looking to edge closer to that target after a stunning start to the innings with 3 wickets falling very early on. Air getting the skipper Balbirnie in the first over.
That was a dream start, wasn't it? Get the opposition skipper. Quite a good day for Riley Air. 26 with the bat. He probably would have scored a bit more if he hadn't been run out in that miscommunication in Basit Ali and then taking a wicket as well. So we are going to see a change in proceedings. Jason Ralston's going to come back into the attack. His first over went for 11. He did pick up a wicket. I guess considering 2 of those were no balls, and 1 of the free hits got hit for 2 runs. That's effectively 4 runs off no balls. So outside of that, it's been fairly respectable for the former Australian under-19 quick. Had a tremendous season across all formats for Randwick Petersham last summer. Took 40 wickets in a really big year. And Menas spoke about his contribution in the T20 Cup, but also Randwick Petersham made it to the quarter-final stage of the Belvedere Cup, the 2-day first-grade competition. Here he comes. It's a quick delivery, and it's driven beautifully. That's a magnificent shot for 4. Just leant on it, did Downey, and pushed it easily past a couple of encroaching Randwick Petersham fielders for 4. Great start to the over for them. And Downey moves to 27, 3 for 54.
That might be the shot of the day. It was pitched up, but the way Downey was just able to hit through the line with such perfect timing, and it raced away to the boundary. We'll just see here, Ralston. It's on the stumps, but Downey just moving back and throwing the hands through the line of the ball.
Seen him do that a few times so far today. Back away, give himself some room to hit through the offside. And now he's driving this one. Just takes the pace off it a little bit as it dribbles out and is fielded by Basit Ali. It's already 5 from the first 2 balls of this over, and Downey, who's looking for some time in the middle, has certainly done that with 28 from 21.
Jason Ralston's got a classical bowling action, a beautiful approach and delivery action.
He does. He gets that real flick of the wrist, doesn't he? Runs right through the crease, just looking side-on like we are. There is a lot of pace behind him. It's ball driven firmly down to mid-off for no runner, Singh Fields.
It's a very tidy action. Side-on, heading towards the batter. No wasted energy. Yeah, classical action. Love to see it. Getting a bit cloudy here at Coogee. A little bit overcast. We had the sun beating down on the first innings.
I'm glad we brought out a cold weather gear.
Exactly.
Still feels like winter a little bit in Sydney.
Yeah, the Island cricket team did get a bit of sun though, thank goodness.
Oh, beautiful straight drive, which cannons back into the stumps. I don't think it would have been 4. They had protection down the grounds. Did Randwick Petersham. Ashley Burton is down there at long on. And there was also Ben Mitchell at long off, but it was a lovely drive. You never like that as a batter when you cream on one right out of the middle and it crashes into the 3 stumps then on striker's end.
You know, very frustrating. And if Ralston had got a fingertip to that, Downey would have been out because he was out of his grounds. You can see Ralston there with the teapot thinking, if I just got a flick of a finger there.
Short and a swing and a miss outside the off stump.
That ball just died a bit off the pitch, didn't bounce. But you can see Ralston running his fingers across it there.
Yeah, nice little change-up by Ralston. I guess what happens in the domestic T20 competitions is starting to filter its way down to grade cricketers as well, especially when Petersham, someone like a Dan Sam's come back. I'm sure he's probably imparting his wisdom on some of the other quicks. So yeah, it was nice work there by Ralston as he did run the fingers across the seam, took the pace out of the delivery. Last ball of his second over. It's short and it's paddled around the corner. and they'll be happy just to trundle themselves through for a single. So a good over in the end there for Ralston. The first ball went for 4, and there's only a further 2 added off the rest of the over. 8 gone. They're scoring at 7 runs per over. Ireland 3 for 56. Delaney on 12 from 15. Downey 28 from 21. You can see them on the scorecard. Riley Eyre got Andrew Balbirnie in the first over, and the wickets have come pretty consistently. Ralston got Tucker for 9 after a lovely diving catch by Anthony Sams, and Ryan Ninan cleaned up Curtis Kempfer with a full ball as he tried to swing across the line, cannon into the stumps, but Downey and Delaney just stroking the ball around the park, running the 1s and 2s well, and looking to build a partnership. They're still well ahead of where they need to be. 70 required from 72. Shivansh Pathak is into the attack. Had a remarkable game against Eastern Suburbs in the T20 Cup for Randwick Petersham last year in the preliminary rounds. Took 4 for 3. And what was a very fruitful afternoon for Shivansh.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. We covered one Eastern Suburbs game last year, and they were like 6 for 30, so I'm not surprised.
Hope no one from Eastern Suburbs is listening to the
I
live.
hope they are. Jim Maxwell and Peter Lovett, the president there. Hope you are watching.
Again, Sam's got a century against East in that game as well, so maybe there is something to your comments. This ball hit firmly down the ground, uppishly hit, but away from Pathak. And they'll start with a single as Delaney goes to 13, 3 for 57.
Yeah, you mentioned Daniel Sams before. Well, he played in the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup final last year for Randwick Petersham, part of that side that beat Sydney University.
This ball stays low. Give a little look at the pitch by Downey there as it just hit a spot and stayed a little bit low as he crouched down to play it.
Yeah, so he won the competition with the club at Sydney University, and then we were doing the post-match interviews.
Advancing and driving nicely, but straight to Daya Singh, a skipper who fields. A couple of balls succession here for Randwick Petersham.
And he had to wear a mask while we were doing the interview.
He wasn't even doing high fives or anything.
No, and that was because he was basically heading off to play in the IPL and various other T20 competitions around the world.
Short up, goes into his crease. Downey to push on the leg side. I fancy he might have even represented Australia not too long after that.
Exactly, yeah.
Was in the squad. But yeah, and that's the great thing about the competition. You do get to see some of those stars. Dan Christian has played in it. We're seeing Chris Tremaine play in the early parts of the season.
David Warner famously played for Randwick Petersham when he was enforced. He had an enforced break from the game a few years ago. Played a lot of games down at Coogee Oval here.
Short ball swept high and in the air. It's one bounce out into the deep, and it's well fielded out there by Ryan Ninan, who gets his body behind it. So Pathak starting well. 1 ball left in his first over, figures of none for 3. Short and stepping back in the crease and cutting hard out through the offside. So Downey to 30, Delaney 14. 9 gone, Ireland 3 for 60, chasing 126 earlier today. They lost the toss and Randwick Petersham made the decision to bat first, made 7 for 125 from their 20 overs. We saw some good accurate bowling and some backed up by some very good fielding and catching by the Irish side. And now they're almost to the halfway mark of the innings and almost to the halfway mark of the what would be a successful chase for them.
It's a close run thing, though. 3 for 60 after 9 overs. They need a runner ball to get the chocolates. Randwick are making it very difficult for them. Some quality spin bowling on a slowish pitch. So Ryan Ninan being brought back into the attack. And Jack, I don't know if you've heard this, but a lot of people when they head into World Cups, they're supporting their team, but everyone's second team is Ireland.
Yep.
Well, I think now, they're really my second team, commentating on them this week. Here's Ninan.
Again, stays a little bit low, so perhaps the fact we've had kind of 30 overs, the ball is starting to die a little bit, slowing up.
Yeah, but Ireland's such a fun side to watch, part of some famous victories going back in World Cups.
Advancing, and again, well fielded by Ninan as Downey tries to bunt him down the ground. Yeah, who can forget that famous victory against England? Oh, pulls out the reverse seat, and he plays it beautifully to a tee, and it goes to the rope for 4. That's his classic cricket by Downey there. Stephen Downey showing his class. He moves to 34 from 28. Just breaks the shackles a little bit for Ireland. 3 for 64 in the 10th.
Lovely shot. That's one thing you see at the top level, that they really have a lot of time to work on those special shots. The reverse sweep. Shot like any other one, you just have to practice, practice, practice.
Advancing, using the feet and driving straight to Singh at a shortish mid-off position.
Good ball. Really good ball there.
He lofts this one down the ground, doesn't get it out of the middle. Probably thankfully for him as it gets to Basit Ali on one bounce. But looking to use his feet and try and take the attack a bit more aggressively to the Randwick Petersham bowling cartel. Downey now 35 unbeaten. And this will hammer. Oh, what a catch that is! That's a wondrous effort by Ryan Ninan. That was hit like a tracer bullet down the ground. And look at the nonchalant response as well. Delaney departs for 14, and just when it looked like Ireland might have been kind of cruising to the total, they slip again. 4 for 65, and Ryan Ninan with a catch of the afternoon here at Coogee Oval.
Oh, terrific stuff. That ball was hit really hard by the striker, but Ninan just stuck the paws up. The ball stuck. I'm sure he's going to have a little bit of a bruise on his hands after that one because it was travelling. And Mark Adair comes to the crease. It reminds me of the spin bowling coach for Ireland, Nathan Horwitz. I remember he was a really good fielder off his own bowling. And I wonder if he's training the Irish spinners to be the same. But look at that from Ninan. Great catch.
Just to get your hands up that quickly.
One hand, took it in his left hand.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. It's almost like he was ready to kind of parry it over the bar like a soccer goalkeeper, but he clutched onto it. A great catch, and he gets his second. He's got 2 for 13, Ryan Ninan, and if he can perform these kind of performances throughout the season for Randwick Petersham, maybe they go back-to-back this year in the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup. A cultured player, played all over India, now proving his worth to the Randwick Petersham side. So Downey is on strike. 4 for 65.
Just turned away onto the onside for a single. Moves on to 36. Brings Adair onto strike for the first time. So after 10 overs, Ireland were 4 for 65. In comparison, Randwick Petersham were 2 for 48. So 17 more runs for the Irish, but lost 2 more wickets. Mark Adair is a big hitting all-rounder. We saw him with the ball before. His highest score in international T20 cricket is 38. Here's Pathak. Pathak with the ball. Delivers. And it's hit hard and high. And 6. Straight into the surrounding suburbs. And it's going to hit a car. Oh, no, I think there's been a bit of smart driving there that avoided the white ball as it travelled across the road. And Adair's off the mark with 6. Just see there the surroundings. The ball's just there. They're looking for the ball.
Pretty good shot for your first ball being faced out there. I don't know if I would have the courage to do that, but Mark Adair's obviously got a hell of a lot more skill than I do, hence why I'm up here and he's out there. And he's Irish and I'm not Irish.
See here, Pathak. He tosses it up and just hits straight. Now, Pathak in again. He's back and pulling square, straight, and they'll get 1 run. 4 for 73 now. That 6 will just settle the nerves of the Irish team. We can see them in front of us. They look like a happy bunch, but they certainly would like to chase this total down. Downey's down the crease. And good fielding by the long one keeps it to 1. Now 37 off 32 for Doherty. He's playing a fine innings. He's anchoring this chase.
Yeah, he really is. And they're willing to go after the Randwick Petersham bowlers. So that'll excite Randwick Petersham because I think there's always going to be a chance of potential breakthrough or a miscue down the ground.
Defended by Adair, and they take off for a quick single. In comes the fielder. He throws at the bowler's end, and he almost took off the bowler's head, and they'll take an overthrow as the ball flies to deep long on.
Yeah, Dyer Singh doing the fielding there, and having a throw at the non-striker's end, and they're able to get through for a couple. So bonus run there for the Irish.
4 for 76. One ball left in the 11th. It's a leg spinner, and it's just played into the offside for a single. Adair moves to 10. Made a dashing start, and it's 4 for 77 after 11 overs. And 12 runs coming off that over. And Jack, I wonder if the Irish team has just decided it's time to put the foot down a bit and show a bit of authority, show their class, show their professionalism.
We have a couple of good overs where you get 10 or 11, or you have an over where you get 15. It probably knocks the stuffing out of Randwick Petersham at this stage of the innings. Adair 10 unbeaten from 4, as you can see, and Stephen Doherty holding the innings together. Some not great shots from some of the players that have fallen previously, but with only 125 to defend, it's becoming danger signs for Randwick Petersham, and they need to take these final 6 wickets. They're not going to restrict Ireland to less than 125 in the 20 overs. If they're going to win, I think they need to get wickets, which I think is probably an advantage for Ireland going after them. There's a chance to break through here, and Bassett Ali gets his first chance at the bowling crease here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a bit like Richie Beno used to say, if you add 2 wickets to this score, then all of a sudden it becomes a nervy little chase for Ireland. So that's the incentive for Randwick Petersham here. Can they get a couple of wickets and really send the nerves through this lineup? Ali in. Change your pace. And Adair plays and misses. I mean, one thing you have to say is that these Randwick Petersham players will know this pitch and these conditions better than anyone. I mean, they'll know what changes of pace, what varieties tend to work late in the innings. We can see Bassett Ali there with a slower ball to start. Surely that's the tactic for the rest of this innings. Take the pace off, make Ireland hit through the line. Played at the offside, no run.
Well, it just takes all the timing out of the shots that you're trying to play. So even if you do identify that it's a slower ball and you try and hit it hard, it just doesn't quite come out of the middle. So it's I think every batsman, well, maybe not every, but most batsmen do. They like the ball coming onto them quickly, gives them a chance to really hit through the line. But they probably haven't had a whole lot of chance to do that today.
Ali in again and just nurdled into the onside by Adair. They're going to come back for 2. That's classy stuff. Just beautifully weighted and an easy 2 for Adair. He moves to a dozen, 12 off 7. The score 4 for 79.
And that's a real skill in itself. It might look easy seeing it here on TV or seeing it on your computer, but there is a real skill to take the pace off the ball as a batter rather than a bowler. Not trying to hit it too hard. They could have got 1. They get 2 from that because of the lack of pace.
Ali again pitches up. There's a big appeal. That looks pretty adjacent, but the umpire shakes his head. There's a shy at the non-striker's end. Just 1 run. Is it leg byes? I think it is. So 4 for 80. A good shot from Ali, but must have just been sliding down leg side. For those wondering, Jack and I are pretty square to the wicket, so we don't have the classical down the wicket view. And that ball just swinging down leg. Ali continues. Again, full ball, and that's gone past the fielder there. And they'll come back for 2. Now, I guess being fair, we have to point out that's a harbour bridge, isn't it? Because we pointed that out.
And you've pointed out the harbour bridge both times.
So that was Daya Singh who performed the harbour bridge there, which for those watching in Ireland, that's sort of diving over the top of the ball. Bassett Ali in and slashed that and gets past 3rd for 4. Went between the keeper and 3rd, and Doherty moves into the 40s. He's 43 off 34. It's 4 for 86 after 12 overs. And since the 10th over, 21 runs have come in 2 overs.
Yeah, it certainly does look like there's been a shift in mentality from both these two batters. Adair came out for the first ball and hit a 6 off his first delivery, so he was obviously coming out in some kind of mood. But now we're seeing Doherty as well, looking to swing through the line, be a bit more aggressive. Even they're running between the wickets. I think that gives you a good indication of the way that they've changed their methodology towards this, and yeah, they're kind of knocking the stuffing out of Randwick Petersham here, already up to 86, and the required run rate only 5 and over. So if they don't lose too many wickets, they could potentially do this in a bit of a canter. But it's up to Randwick Petersham to try and pull themselves back in the game, try and get a wicket. If they were to see the back of either of these two batters, then it brings a new man in, slows the run rate down, and maybe they might get the wobbles.
Ben Mitchell to continue. Adair's on strike. Just a bit of a pause here while they get the field right. All right, the left arm quick around the wicket. Attacking the stumps, and Adair cannot get it away. I have to commend everyone involved with putting on the Lefand Cricket Week in today's game and festivities. Randwick Petersham and the Island men's cricket team for taking part and putting on such a great occasion. There's been a few hundred spectators here that have wandered in to see Island play, and just a fantastic initiative by Randwick Petersham and the Island team. Pulled into the onside for a single, 4 for 87 now. I was saying earlier in the broadcast that Waterford Crystal have donated 4 trophies to this Lefand Cricket Week, so each match has a trophy on offer, and one's going to go in the Randwick Petersham trophy room. So what an occasion, and a lot of contributors to this fine week of cricket in Coogee. Mitchell in. Just played into the onside for a single by Doherty. Moves to 44. He's looking very comfortable out there now. How exciting, Jack, to have all of the international cricket teams coming to Australia for this T20 World Cup.
Oh, it's huge. I just know what the buzz was like in 2015, and you're feeling that again now with the T20 World Cup.
Smashed down the ground by Adair. The fielders dive, but they can't stop it, and that's 4 more. That takes the score to 4 for 92. Adair onto 17, and he just slapped that one straight, and really effective when you hit straight past the bowler in T20 cricket.
Yeah, and it's just an advantage to have a player like Mark Adair that can come in and can set the tempo from the first ball. I think sometimes a player can come in and they can get overawed by what's happening or just get bogged down, but Mark Adair's taking the attack to the bowlers.
Pitched up, and that's hit high. Now, is it going to carry the fence? There's 2 fielders coming under it, and there's a catch taken. Riley has dismissed Adair. The bowler was Mitchell. That was a good catch by Ayre because he was right on the rope there. So Mitchell gets his first wicket. Ayre takes the catch, and Ireland are 5 for 92.
Well, the two men that did the lion's share of damage with the bat combining there. Mitchell hit 48 with the bat. Now he gets a wicket, and Riley are a really well-judged catch. You can just tell he is a really classy individual player. Didn't panic under the high ball there. Knew exactly where his feet were in relation to the boundary. And there was also another fielder fairly close to him as well that he had to deal with. So really nice stuff there as he got underneath it and gets a handy breakthrough as it brings Hand to the wicket. And, well, you never know. Another wicket here. There's still 30-odd left to win for the Irish. 33 to tie, 34 to win. It's still so many overs left. The required run rate's only 4.7, but sometimes the wickets can just keep falling and there's not too much you can do about it. So it's been a relatively plucky batting performance by Ireland in reply.
Fionn Hand out to join Doherty. For those listening in Ireland, my co-commentator and I spent a bit of time trying to work out how to pronounce Fionn, and I looked it up, and I found it as Finn, but then I since found out it is Fionn.
Yeah, we spoke to the media manager
Craig, who steered us correctly. We really want to get these right. So we're doing our best. So Fionn at the crease. Last ball of the 13th over.
And the new rules brought in by the MCC have gotten rid of the batters crossing, so it doesn't matter if batters cross. It's the new batter will be the one to face the music, face that first delivery, regardless of what happens. So Hand will have one ball to negotiate here against Mitchell.
Hand just steers that one wide of third. They've taken one. There's a misfield there, and they'll come back for two. Basit Ali there with the misfield allowed an extra run. And that's the end of the 13th over.
I think at the end of today or tomorrow, whenever they gather and they do have a bit of a chat about what's transpired today, Randwick Petersham, I think their ground fielding will probably be something they'll be a little bit disappointed with. We see the bowling card there. Ryan Ninnan obviously being held back. He's been the best 2 for 13. Riley Ayres been stylish. He's also taken a catch. And also wickets to Jason Ralston and Ben Mitchell, who bowled that last over. They've probably gifted 6 or 8 runs to Ireland through a couple of misfields and things they would like back. Of course, no one does that on purpose, but against a side the quality of Ireland, you can't afford to be doing that. But we are going to see Ryan Ninnan now, Menners. He's going to come in and bowl the last of his allotted overs.
Doherty on strike. Plays it back to the bowler, no run. We saw Ryan Ninnan take a fantastic caught and bowled in his last over. It was hit like a tracer bullet at him and he snaffled it. It's back past him again, but can't catch that one, and they get one. Bit of a misfield there again from Basit Ali, but doesn't allow an extra run. You know, we were talking last over about when the ball is skied and there's a dismissal, the batter's now, the new incoming batter is always on strike. Do you like that change to the laws, Jack? Yeah, I do. I think
Unfortunately, cricket has been going in a very batting dominant region, and I think it gives something back to the bowlers. I think I'm not a fan of all of the rule changes they've brought in, but I think that's one that it does benefit the fielding side, and especially in the.
That's a great catch.
It really is. A comp like the T20s we have, it just the ledger's back with the bowlers a little bit rather than being with the batters.
In and in again, and doesn't get past the bowler. He's shown his class in this spell today. Maybe lifting against an international side, a former first-class cricketer's just lifting his game here as he gets an opportunity to show his experience and craft against this Irish team. .31 required for the victory. Ninnan in again, and there's a big appeal. And the umpire turns him down. Hand survives. He played across the line to a full ball, and it looked pretty good, but must have just been squirting past leg stump.
Yeah, hit him on the full on the pad, but I think it was outside the leg stump. He was the only one interested, Ryan Ninnan, and there wasn't too much support from the rest of the side.
But I do like that rule change as well, Jack, about the new batter being on strike, because I think it just stops sort of insignificant time being lost.
Yep.
Here's Ninnan in again, and just played to third by Doherty for a single.
It rewards the bowling side as well, because how often do we see in a one-day international or in any format where a bowler finally gets a breakthrough, gets a wicket, and then how good would it be to face the new batter rather than facing, I don't know, a full wicket now, Doherty, who's been out there and has looked so solid, they actually get a chance to bowl at Hand or bowl at one of the new batters. I think it's a good rule, and it's the ICC, the MCC, looking at the future of cricket.
I agree. So Ryan Ninnan finishes his spell. Terrific stuff. 2-15 off his 3.5 overs. Or it'll be 2 for 6. No. Well, okay, so the scoreboard's doing funny things to us. It went from 2 for 15, now it's back to 2 for 14.
Sure, a lot of bowlers around the country would love that. They love that.
But I think it's going to end up being 2 for 15 because they score a single off the last over. Either way, a fine spell by Ninan against an international side. 4 overs, 2 for 15. He should be very proud of himself.
Thanks to our Lefand Cricket Week sponsors, Frogbox, for helping us bring you the live stream today. With Frogbox, you can make live streaming cricket a breeze and never miss a moment this summer. Designed for club cricket, the Frogbox Club Solution is the innovative, lightweight and low-cost product designed for volunteer-operated clubs. With over 600 clubs already streaming with Frogbox in Australia and the UK, your club could be next to join the live stream revolution. To get your club's very own Frogbox streaming kit, head to frogbox.live to find out more.
5 for 98. Downey edging closer to a half century. Set off for a quick single here. Downey back on strike. Hand moves to 3. Riley Eyre, the bowler. 5 for 99, Ireland. Downey waits. And the ball slipped out and it's ended up at, where's it ended up? It's ended up at mid-wicket. Incredible. I thought maybe we were seeing a bit of a man-cat attempt there, but actually the ball did just slip out of Riley's hand and flew out to mid-wicket. Alan Border would have sauntered across and hit it for 6. But
yeah, that's right.
Here's Riley Eyre. And Downey sweeps at that one. Looks at the umpire, I think expecting a wide call. No, it was outside off stump. And there's the ball just slipping out. Eyre in again, and Downey pushes down the ground, and that is the 100 for Ireland. They are 5 for 100 after 14.4 overs. Hand on strike. Reverse sweep. And it's going fine. The fielders are chasing it. Looks like they're going to pull it back. Hands coming back for a second. I think Ralston did the fielding there. Just wait for the umpire's signal. I think there was a little bit of wood on that. Fine bit of invention by Fionn Hand. Score now 5 for 102. 1 ball left in the 15th over. Riley tosses up and there's a big appeal and he's out. He gets a wicket with the last ball of his spell. Ryan Eyre gets hand for 5. Eyre has figures of 2 for 30 after 4 overs. And Ireland lose another wicket. They're now 6 for 102.
Yeah, well, maybe everyone in the Island side will get a chance to bat as Simi Singh makes his way out to the middle. Again, that shuffling across there, trying to sweep across the line. That's 2 wickets that Riley Eyre, well, both his wickets have been picked up with the players looking to sweep across the line. Don't know if it was necessarily the shot to do that or that early in your innings, but took a bit of a chance. Did Hand, and it didn't come up trumps for him. So 6 for 102, and how important could that wicket be in the grand scheme of things here as Eyre finishes with 2 for 30 off 4 and also 26 with the bat. A pretty good afternoon for him.
Yeah, really good afternoon for the recent New South Wales Sheffield Shield player. What great experience for him, showing what he can do against an international calibre lineup. And Hand just moving across his crease, trying to swing across the line. And it's a difficult pitch to score on against good spin bowling. We've seen Ninan put the brakes on. Ayres taking a couple of wickets. Really good stuff here from Randwick Petersham. They're probably a bit short, runs-wise, but they made 125, and now Ireland need 24 off 30 balls with 4 wickets in hand. So it is getting a little nervy, isn't it?
It is, yeah, especially if another one falls now. Simi Singh, a quality bat, and all these players are experienced and have played at the top. But Randwick Petersham, they're really stepping up to be counted at the moment. I guess the concern for them is arguably their two best bowlers are bowled out now, and Ryan Ninner and Riley Air, but can some of the other players such as Pathak stand up here?
Pathak.
What a shot that was. 6, sails a long, long way down the ground, and it's a 50 for Downey as well, and it's probably the shot of the day, Manners, as he strode down the pitch and slapped it. I was watching with bated breath, see if it smashed someone's window in, but it actually evaded the cars that were parked next to the fence, bounced in the middle of the road, and then bounced over the cars that were parked on the other side of the road. So it was very generous there by Stephen Downey, who's brought up his half century off 42 balls.
I can see a nice Mercedes-Benz parked there, and that would have been not a nice bill for the Randwick Petersham Cricket Club to receive.
Back and pulling hard into the gap between square leg and mid-wicket, and it's hit with enough ferocity that they're able to get back for 2. So maybe these first 2 deliveries have just knocked the stuffing out of Randwick Petersham, having collected that 6th wicket. Now just 16 required as Downey moves to 56 from 43, and he really has been the spine in this innings, hasn't he?
It's been a fine innings. He's adapted to the conditions. He's been patient, played some nice shots.
Short, and he's punching this one down to wide. I think if he stayed in his crease, he probably would have had a chance to hammer that square of the wicket and maybe hit it all the way, but he fired it in a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker did Pathak, who's a bit of a baptism of fire here in his return to the bowling crease.
You take Downey's innings out, and hard to see Ireland winning this game.
Yeah, well, he scored 57. The rest of the sides only scored 54, and that's including the Sundries as well. So it's been a really important innings from him, but we will see Simi Singh get a chance to face his first ball. 35-year-old, originally from the Punjab region in India. He knocks this one out into the deep for a single. So I wonder whether they're just happy just to strike the ball around, occupy a bit of time and get to victory. As Men has said before, always tough environment when you're more fancy side, you're an international side playing a local side or a local first-class side. Pathak drops short, it's whipped in the air out to deep square leg for a single. There's a lot of pressure on them, I'm sure. Just getting into Sydney, getting through these first couple of days of training and getting out of here with a victory is going to be a real confidence boost for them, and it's looking like that could be the way at the moment. 12 to tie, 13 to win. Pathak 1 ball left in his 3rd over. Drops short and it's clipped off the toes. They think about a single, but Singh is sent back rather hurriedly by Stephen Downey. That's the end of the over. 16 gone, Ireland 6 for 113.
Simi Singh does have a half century at international T20 level, a high score of 57 not out, so he's handy with the bat down the order. And yeah, I've been really enthused by what I've seen from this Irish team today, Jack. They look like a young team, you know, some real talented youngsters coming through. Then you've got the experienced players at the top of the team. So a really good balanced squad, and I think they could be a real danger side coming into the T20 World Cup. Yeah,
you get a bit of confidence. It doesn't matter who you beat. Winning, as they say, winning is infectious, and you win a couple of these warm-up games, and then you go down to Melbourne, you win a couple of those, and then if you win your first group game, all of a sudden you've kind of won 5 or 6 on the trot. You look back at the T20 International Series win against Afghanistan, who are a very good short-form side. Confidence is brimming. So it's just getting used to the conditions, getting used to playing with each other as a team. This 15-man provisional squad that was named a few weeks ago. They're all out here, and of course no Paul Sterling as well, so they've been missing their vice captain today. He is a vital cog in that top order for the Irish side. As we see Jason Ralston back into the attack, 2 overs, 1 for 17. That's almost like the last throw of the dice here for Randwick Petersham as he steams in over the wicket. Short ball at the body is fended away just outside the circle for a single. And I guess conversely, Manners, they can take a lot out of this Randwick Petersham. They've pushed an international side effectively all the way. They've got 6 wickets now. They might end up with 7 or 8. That's a real kind of a morale victory for you. A real tick in the plus column for the Randwick Petersham side.
Absolutely, and just what a thrill it will be for these players. I mean, great cricket can be a slog. or Premier cricket can be a slog, Jack, training after work, giving up your weekends, but then it makes it all worthwhile when you get to play an international side.
Short and advancing, looking to cut through the offside, but it's a swing and a miss for Simi Singh.
You know, you think of some of these players that have taken wickets, Ryan Ninan, Riley Eyre, Jason Ralston. I mean, they will never forget today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's been some pretty good performances all round by both sides. We've obviously seen Doheny with 59 unbeaten from 46, but Ben Mitchell hit 48 from 45. Riley Eyre 26 runs and a couple of wickets. Some good bowling performances by the Irish boys. It's another short ball aimed at the body as it's chopped away into the offside for a single. We saw good bowling. Josh Little, Barry McCarthy, Mark Adair all good with the ball for Ireland, so that's good. It's been a pretty even performance. Obviously,
yeah, Josh Little's an impressive bowler.
Yeah, he has good pace, doesn't he?
He has good pace and good control, and I just think he's going to be a handful in the T20 World Cup. It's about just after 6 a.m. in Dublin at the moment, Jack. Good morning.
Bouncer hooked high into the air, out into the deep, but it won't reach the waiting arms of Ryan Ninan. A single to Doheny. He goes to an even 60.
Yeah, good morning to all the Irish cricket fans that are waking up and have put on the live stream. It's been a good day for your Irish cricket team in the first match in the build-up to the T20 World Cup preliminary round. They restricted Randwick Petersham to 125, and now they're edging closer, just 10 needed for the victory. It's been a little bit of a wobble, but perfect match just to get the cobwebs out, get used to the Australian conditions, soak up the southern air.
Short, and it's hit him in the body, like in the midriff there, the midsection. It was a short ball, it was quick, and it really squared Simi Singh up there, who might be feeling a little bit worse for wear. But back on to Stephen Doheny. In his last T20 match against Munster in the Irish Provisional Comp, he got 58 from 42. So now he's got 58 and 60 not out in his last two games. So he's in a rich vein of form, which is positive for Irish cricket. 24-year-old, over 1,000 T20 runs, averaging just below 34, a strike rate of 129 in his domestic T20 career. But it's testing a little period here for Singh against Ralston, who's got the wind behind him. Bouncer, it's hooked high into the air. It's going down, coming in from the deep and taking a nice catch as Ryan Ninan. So Ralston gets his second and Singh departs for two. And again, just when it looks like Ireland are going to kind of coast to victory, cruise to victory, they are able to get a breakthrough. Randwick Petersham, Singh departs for two. Ralston's got 2 for 20 from 3. And the Irish are 7 for 116, still needing 10 more to win with 3 overs remaining.
Well, the men in green and blue will be a bit nervous with that wicket, and Simi Singh, after getting smacked in the midriff by Ralston, didn't look like he wanted to get behind the ball, looked like he wanted to try and slap him over mid-wicket, and just came off the top edge of the bat. A good catch running in by the fielder, and Barry McCarthy now joining Doheny at the crease. And yeah, McCarthy's he can play with the bat a little bit. He scored his maiden list day century in last summer, so he's no mug with the bat, that's for sure. He's got a higher score of 32 at international T20 levels, so certainly very competent with the bat. But 10 needed, and Randwick needed 3 wickets to pull off what would be a famous victory here in front of their fans at Coogee Oval. With the ocean in behind us, can they pull it off? You'd think they'd have to bowl Ireland out to win, wouldn't you, Jack?
Yeah, I think so. I can't see them restricting them to less than 10 inside the last 3 overs here. What they need, obviously they would love to get Doheny out, but I think at the very least, just try and keep him off strike. If he's going to be on strike this ball, so yeah, give him the single. He's going to be more than happy to take that, I think. But you look through that scorecard, and it's not it's not the brightest scorecard you've seen outside of Doheny, who scored more than half the runs. It's been few and far in between. So Doheny's going to be on strike. Basit Ali is in. He's got none for 8 from his only over. and pitches up, and Doherty drives, and it's straight to Dicing. So now 10 of 17. So maybe a couple of dot balls here, and we get into an interesting scenario.
Nervy stuff. Doherty just needs to find the boundary. If he can find the boundary, that will ease the pressure on this Irish team. Gaps behind the wicket.
Short, and it's cut away nicely. There is a sweeper in the deep. That's Ralston, so it is 1. So Doherty does get the single. 61 for him. McCarthy now gets on strike menace.
Randwick Petersham will be happy with that. Get the new batter on strike. Comes down and talks to Doherty. Probably gives him a little bit of advice about what Bassett Ali's doing with the ball.
Yeah, nice opportunity here for Bassett Ali. Played a portion of second-grade cricket last year, a little bit of first, a little bit of the T20 Cup. This is the position you want to be in. This is great practice for the season ahead, bowling in these death-type overs. And McCarthy driving firmly and nicely on his first ball down to long off for a single.
8 of 15 required. Thrilling stuff here at Coogee Oval. Randwick have plugged away this whole innings, taking wickets.
And it seems the way the game is going, there's going to be another one. Maybe Doherty might fall. That seems to be the way that the game has gone. And Ali fields in his follow-through, a miscued drive by Doherty. He's done well. Ali's first 4 deliveries have yielded just the 2 runs.
Can the local boys knock off the touring international team? Famous stories of when Australia would tour Ireland and they get plied with beers the night before to try and get them a bit under the weather for the game. Not sure what's happened here, but here's Ali.
Forward and pushing out to the offside. There's a bit of a shy at the stumps, and they will just get the single. Doherty across to 62.
That ball's ricocheted off the stumps.
Well, you look back at the Randwick Petersham innings and you wonder perhaps if Riley Air wasn't run out, if they got just another 5, 12 from 13 now makes it a lot more interesting.
Exactly.
If they got another 10 or 15, that you'd probably put Randwick Petersham in the driver's seat. But regardless, it turned out that 125 has been a very competitive score for the Irish. Ali still got 1 ball to come. There was a bit of a mid-pitch conference between Doherty and McCarthy. Is there a big shot in amongst all of this? As McCarthy faces up, it's short, it's pulled around the corner, and they get through relatively comfortably for a single. So 6 runs required from the last 2 overs. McCarthy doing his job to a T. He's unbeaten on a run of ball 2. The innings has certainly belonged, and the credit has belonged to Stephen Doherty. 62 not out from 51. It's back-to-back half-centuries for him in his last 2 T20 fixtures. And he is guiding Ireland to an important first-up win in the
7 for 120.
in the Lefand Cricket Week.
Yeah, for those Irish cricket fans that are tuning into the coverage, your team is in action again twice more this week. They take on an SCG 11 tomorrow, and then on Friday they take on a Cricket New South Wales 11, which boasts some stars like Hayden Kerr, who was phenomenal in the Big Bash last summer for the Sydney Sixers. Mickey Edwards, who just made a return to state cricket. So 2 more games for the Island cricket team this week, tomorrow and Friday. So don't forget to look out for the streams on YouTube out of New South Wales Cricket or Island Cricket, because some really fantastic viewing as we continue the build-up to this T20 World Cup.
Jason Ralston continues into his final over, 2 for 20. Pitched up and it's pushed nicely backward a point. And he finds the gap as it races his way towards the third-man rope. It's cut off in the deep. So 2 there to McCarthy, and just now 4 required. So it comes a time where they are seeing probably needs to bring the field up relatively soon. And Ireland on the verge of collecting their first victory here in their opening match on Australian soil.
And their crystalware. Waterford Crystal Trophy on offer.
We can't say silverware, can we?
No, crystalware.
So McCarthy on 4. Can he finish it with the field up on the offside? He's forward and looking to hammer through the line, but it's a big swing and a miss. And a dot ball there. Good comeback from Ralston.
He was looking to hit that one deep over mid-on for 6, one feels.
Well, it's a nice way to finish a game, isn't it? I wouldn't say it's anticlimactic when you hit a single to win the game, but it's always a little bit nicer if you can hit a 4 or hit a 6. Sure, that's, I think they just want to get the win, Ireland.
It's a Hollywood moment, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it really is. But Ralston also knows that a wicket just changes things. They haven't got too many runs to play with, but I've seen far more crazy things in the cricketing world than this. It's a bouncer and it's well pulled around the corner in front of square, I should say, by McCarthy. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just eased it through the gap. 3 to win from 9. Good advocate for T20 cricket here today, although it hasn't been explosive with 4s and 6s raining down every few overs. It's been a hotly contested battle, and as much as I'm sure Ireland would have loved to be none for 120 after 15 overs, I think it's been great for this Lefand cricket week that has been a close affair between two sides, and I'm sure the boys will share a bit of a drink and shake hands post-game here as well. Downey back on strike on 62. He's whipping this one, but straight to mid-wicket, so 3 off 8. Maybe we will get to this final over.
It's a good ball. No, you're right, Jack. It has been a good competitive game. And the spectators have been treated to a fine match.
It's better to say they got their money's worth, but then they didn't have to actually pay any money. So, but
well, they certainly did then, didn't they?
Yeah. It's been a good affair. Played in good spirit as well. A slight change of the field. Ryan Ninnan's going to come up to a regulation square leg position. And Tim Tector, the Irishman, the Irish under-19 captain, out to a deep mid-wicket position there. Ralston in, backing away, cutting it. It deceives the keeper. They might not get back for 2. No, they will. They turn. Downey wants it, and he raced himself home. So the scores are tied with 7 balls remaining. Downey to 64. Off 53 balls. It's been a really good innings as he's effectively carried his bat throughout the entirety of the Irish innings.
1 run for victory.
Yeah, fine innings from Downey.
Still got a player out in the deep. Surprised that Daya Singh hasn't pulled everyone up. It's generally the rule of thumb, but he's decided to keep a couple of players out in the deep. There's a deep third man, a deep fine leg, and a deep square leg hovering towards that cow corner region. So, Down, if he wants, he can just ease it into the gap and win it now. As Ralston bowls the last ball of his 4th over, short, and it's steered away through third man as they'll collect the single and collect the victory. Ireland winners here at Coogee Oval in their opening white match of the Lefand Cricket Week as they win by 3 wickets, 7 for 126 from 19 overs. Stephen Downey, the undisputed player of the match, 65 unbeaten from 54 in a wonderful measured innings, playing the ball through the gaps, playing some crunching drives and pulls and hooks, and well supported by McCarthy, who came at the end. It's a nerve-wracking moment when he came to the wicket at 7 down, but he did finish 5 unbeaten to guide them home. Ralston finishes with tidy figures of 2 for 26 from 4, but it is Ireland, Andrew Mensell, that kick off their campaign with a 3-wicket win. Plucky would probably be the best way to describe it. It certainly wasn't the most polished performance with the bat, but they bowled and fielded well earlier in the afternoon, and they did enough with the bat on the back of Downey's unbeaten half-century to get the victory and start their tour of Australia, I guess you could say, in stylish fashion.
Yeah, only winners today, Jack, if you ask me. The Ireland cricket team, they had to dust off the cobwebs and get used to the Australian conditions, and they did that. Patchy performance, but they got the chocolates in the end, got the win, and Randwick Petersham showed themselves up to be really a fine cricket team. They competed against Ireland. They didn't embarrass themselves. So all in all, just wins all round today. A fine afternoon here at Coogee Oval. Randwick Petersham, excellent host to the visiting Irish international team, and all in all, a successful day.
Yeah, it has been a successful day. It's been a good day for cricket with nice conditions, dry conditions down here at the picturesque Coogee Oval. There's been, as we've mentioned throughout the broadcast, a couple of hundred fans that have come through the gates. It's school holidays here in Sydney or in New South Wales, so there's lots of kids around that have been playing a bit of cricket and getting to watch some international players. And great to see both sets of sides shaking hands. There's obviously some good feeling but between both these two sides. There's been a few Irish players in that squad that have played for Randwick Petersham, and good to have a closely contested fixture here as we see some of the locals that have enjoyed the afternoon of cricket. Earlier during the day, Randwick Petersham, they won the toss and elected to bat. They made 7 for 125. Unfortunately, no one really able to get going. They were kind of hovering around 5 runs per over for a good part of the innings, and then we saw a couple of big shots towards the end. Did lift them to 7 for 125, 48 to Ben Mitchell from 45, the key. Riley Eyre also made 26, but Menas, looking back on it, a pretty good pitch to bat on, but probably felt that Randwick Petersham were 10 or 15 short. They score another 15, they get to 140, and you feel that they could have got the job done here this afternoon.
Yeah, they just weren't quite able to finish their innings off, but Ireland bowled really well at the death. Experienced death bowlers showed their class and just restricted Randwick at the end there. Stephen Downey with a fine 65 not out of 54 balls. He's yet to play an international game for Ireland, so great for him to put his case forward for inclusion in the 11 when the T20 World Cup matches start. So all in all, a really good day. Ireland win with 6 balls to spare. Downey the star for Ireland. Randwick, though, they can hold their heads high as they did not disgrace themselves against this international side.
There's going to be a presentation down on the field, so myself and Andrew Menzel are going to wrap up everything here and take you down to finish the broadcast with the presentation down on the field. Don't forget that Andrew Menzel and Dave Redden will be with you tomorrow for the match between the SCG 11 and Ireland, and then on Friday I'll be back with Andrew Menzel for the big match between Cricket Ireland and the New South Wales 11. Thanks so much for tuning in this evening, or maybe it's your morning if you're over in Ireland. It's been a pleasure for us to bring you the action. Ireland winners by 3 wickets, but don't go anywhere because we've got the presentation coming up here at Coogee Oval.
If I can have attention, everyone, we'll just do a quick presentation. First things first, just a round of applause for the Irish team and our boys, Randy Peaks, as well. It was a great game of cricket. In particular, I'd like to thank a couple of our sponsors, Lefand, who are sponsoring the week, Waterford Crystal, who have kindly donated the trophy here today, as well as Mark Mellick from Mellick Wealth, who is here. On to the man of the match. I'd like to invite Michael Anker from Bistro Rex to present the award. I think this one's pretty obvious. It goes to Stephen Donny.
Stephen, congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations to the Irish team. Thank you very much, Randwick Petersham, for a great day's entertainment today. And best of luck for the rest of your campaign in Australia. Thanks, Stephen. Thank you.
Few words, Steve? That's the important one, isn't it? Few words? Thanks for that, Michael, and well played, Steve. That was an excellent innings. It was great to see you back at Coogee as well. Now to present the trophy, the Waterford Crystal Trophy. It's a beautiful trophy here. I'll invite Mark Mellick and co-patrons Robin Gardner and Alan Turner. Mark Mellick, of course, from Mellick Wealth, one of our valued sponsors. He's gone. Sorry. I've been stitched up. If I can invite Andrew Balburney up to the stage. Thanks, Valbo. Congratulations to the Irish cricket team. Now, if I can get a few words from you. Man, how's it been being back in Coogee? I know it's been a few years since you played for us. How's the week been so far?
It's been amazing. I think the whole group have really enjoyed being in Coogee. There was, I think, 4 of us in the group who played a season or so here, and we love the place, we love the club. They've been very good to Cricket Ireland over the years, and it's a great scholarship scheme that has produced international cricketers. So for you guys to have a part of that is a big part of what we're trying to do as a squad. So we're loving our time here, and hopefully we have a good rest of the week.
Thanks, mate. Looking forward to the World Cup. I thought your fielding and bowling was really impressive today. I know there weren't any run-outs, but you guys hit the stumps plenty of times. Is that something you're working on towards the World Cup?
Yeah, certainly in T20 cricket you have to be a good fielding team. We obviously first came out, we didn't want to kind of throw our bodies too much around with a couple of injuries in the squad. So yeah, it was pretty good today for a first run out. We obviously lost here in 2015, so we felt like we had to get one back, so it was nice to get away.
Awesome. Thanks, mate. Looking forward to the rest of the week. And that concludes our presentation today. Thanks, everyone, for coming down.
One season.
Short, and this ball hammered down the ground. That'll be out straight to mid-off as Hawkins tried to bunt it down the ground. It was short of a length and a good pace behind it. And McCarthy's done the job for his team in just his 3rd delivery. He picks up his first wicket and the first wicket for Ireland in the Lefand Cricket Week here. He just slapped the ball back inside and was able to appreciate the applause from some of the fans right down in front of him.
Tossed up and hit down too long off and caught. Sams has gone for 5, never got going. Delaney gets his first wicket in Australia in the build-up to the T20 World Cup.
He just slapped the ball back inside and was able to appreciate the applause from some of the fans right down in front of him.
Tossed up and hit down too long off and caught. Sams has gone for 5, never got going. Delaney gets his first wicket in Australia in the build-up to the T20 World Cup. 20 international wickets, best bowling of 3 for 9, and here he is to Ben Mitchell. Tossed up and slog at that one. There's a big appeal. There's an indecision here. Air's come a long way. There's a direct hit. The stumps have been lit up again. They've lit up.
This ball lofted down the ground. It's a magnificent shot. Goes all the way, crashes into the brick wall for 6. So the first maximum of the innings, and maybe Riley Eyre is that man that is the one that is going to really swing the long handle and bring up some quick runs. He hammered that. It was a short. This ball lofted down the ground. It's a magnificent shot. Goes all the way, crashes into the brick wall for 6. So the first maximum of the innings, and maybe Riley Eyre is that man that is the one that is going to really swing the long handle and bring up some quick runs. He hammered that. It was a short.
Off on the onside of the ground, so look out.
Plenty of flight. This ball hammered high into the air. It's not going to go very, very far. And it's taken easily in the end. It was a well-judged catch. I think it might have been Curtis Kampfer that has been the man that scored underneath it and takes the catch and ends Ben Mitchell's nice innings. 48 for him, coming from 44 deliveries, or 45 deliveries, pardon me. And Randwick do lose their third wicket in the 15th over for 87. Good piece of bowling there by Delaney. Threw it up a little bit more and just didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and really just skied as he's got 2 for 9 and Mitchell goes for 48. Normally coming out of the back of the hand, so it's a real skill.
Singh here now, and he beats Daya Singh. And it's Singh stumped Singh. We've got it.
Players out.
Little pitches up and turned nicely behind square on the onside. Deft touch by Bazard Ali, and that'll go away for 4. There was no fielder there. That was Adam Dockos.
Players out.
Little pitches up and turned nicely behind square on the onside. Deft touch by Bazard Ali, and that'll go away for 4. There was no fielder there. That was Adam Dockos. Delivers and played through the covers for 4, all the way along the carpet. That's a lovely shot from Tucker. Delivers and played through the covers for 4, all the way along the carpet. That's a lovely shot from Tucker. Delivers, and that's scooped in the air. Short fine leg coming in. Oh, the wicket keeper's taking a great diving catch.
Anthony Sams there. That's brilliant. Had to really get on his bike to get there and a dive at the end, and that's an important wicket. Don't know if it was a shot necessarily played by Tucker. He's played some good shots already.
Here's Ninan. He's bowled him. And that is the 3rd wicket for Randwick. It wasn't short enough. Kampfer went back to pull it, and it got through and smashed into the leg stump, and Ninan gets a wicket. And Ireland, 3 for 31.
2-day first-grade competition. Here he comes. It's a quick delivery, and it's driven beautifully. That's a magnificent shot for 4. Just lent on it. Famous victory against England. Oh, pulls out the reverse seat, and he plays it beautifully to a tee, and it goes to the rope for 4. That's his classic cricket by Downey there. Downey now 35 unbeaten. And this will hammer. Oh, what a catch that is. That's a wondrous effort by Ryan Ninan. That was hit like a tracer bullet down the ground. And look at the nonchalant response as well. Delaney departs for 14, and just when it looked like Ireland might have been kind of cruising to the total, they slip again. 4 for 65, and Ryan Ninan with a catch of the afternoon here at Coogee Oval. Delaney now 35 unbeaten. And this will hammer. Oh, what a catch that is. That's a wondrous effort by Ryan Ninan. That was hit like a tracer bullet down the ground. And look at the nonchalant response as well. Delaney departs for 14, and just when it looked like Ireland might have been kind of cruising to the total, they slip again. 4 for 65, and Ryan Ninan with a catch of the afternoon here at Coogee Oval.
Patak with the ball. Delivers, and it's hit hard and high, and 6 straight into the surrounding suburbs, and it's going to hit a car. Oh no, I think there's been a bit of smart driving there that avoided the white ball as it travelled across the road.
And some of the other players, such as Pathak, stand up here.
Pathak.
Against Ralston, who's got the wind behind him. Bouncer, it's hooked high into the air. It's going down, coming in from the deep and taking a nice catch as Ryan Ninan. So Ralston gets his second, and Singh departs for 2. And again, just when it looks like Ireland are going to kind of coast to victory, cruise to victory, they are able to get a breakthrough. Randwick Petersham. Singh departs for 2. Ralston bowls the last ball of his 4th over. Short, and it's steered away through third man as they'll collect the single and collect the victory. Ireland winners here at Coogee Oval in their opening warm-up match of the Lefand Cricket Week, as they win by 3 wickets, 7 for 126 from 19 overs. Stephen Downey, the undisputed player of the match, 65 unbeaten from 54, and a wonderful measured innings, playing the ball through the gaps, playing some crunching drives and pulls and hooks, and well supported by McCarthy, who came at the end. It's a nerve-wracking moment when he came to the wicket at 7 down, but he did finish 5 unbeaten.